Council, please come to order. Okay, good morning, everybody. We are ready to continue with public comment on a C2 agenda item. First up to testify is Mateo Posildon, then Heather McCarty, then Chris Tran.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Mateo. A little quiet. We'll see if we can turn that up a little bit on our end.
Okay. How about now?
That's great. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Members of the council, my name is Mateo Posildon. I'm testifying on behalf of the city of St. Paul Island. The city's written comments are posted in the e-agenda. First of all, I wanted to thank John McCracken and Sarah Reinsmith for pulling this snow crab analysis together on relatively short notice and for their outreach to us and others in collecting information. I also wanted to thank the council and SSE members for their frank and sobering discussion about what the future of the crab stocks might look like. During yesterday's afternoon's at times gloomy exchanges, I was reminded of Dante Alighieri's admonition to those entering the underworld: abandon hope, all ye who enter here. I don't like to think in those terms, and I'm actually hopeful that with the council leading the way, the snow crab fishery and dependent stakeholders are entering some form of purgatory, where after a lot of penance, punishment, and hard work, albeit unevenly distributed, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. Of the alternatives before the council, alternative 2, option 2, is hopefully that light. The analysis indicates that neither alternative will make a big difference in rebuilding time of the snow crab stock. However, clearly adoption of alternative 2, option 2, could make a big difference for crab-dependent communities such as St. Paul and other stakeholders. As some of the tables and analysis show, depending on market conditions, small tax snow crab fisheries can produce significant revenues and associated taxes, perhaps even sufficient to keep crab-dependent communities afloat. Having a fishery is, of course, important because it is directly responsive to MSA Section 304, which governs rebuilding plans and points out the need to keep community independence into account. This leads me to the analysis itself. The city believes the analysis, the council, and the public would benefit from additional information on the following. In Section 1, regarding the recitation of relevant laws for this action, the document would benefit from guidance regarding equity and environmental justice considerations concerning underserved communities and Alaska Native populations that are involved in the action, as well as guidance on National Standard 4 and 8. From St. Paul's, and I believe the national perspective, what is really at stake here is the survival of a historically and culturally unique Alaska Native community. St. Paul has been one of the few examples of a Native community engaging with the council successfully and contributing to the development of forward-looking and innovative fisheries management programs. This role is in jeopardy. Section 3.2.2 on page 37 of the analysis discusses implementation of the snow crab rebuilding plan in 2000 in response to the first snow crab collapse, which included harvest strategy, bycatch control measures, and habitat protection measures. This rebuilding plan was partially successful by 2011. We think the analysis of council and the public would benefit from more information on what these measures were in 2000. The point of this is that actions that may seem controversial today may have been successfully faced and implemented by prior councils. Although the circumstances surrounding the current collapse and the impacts of climate change are different today, we can still learn lessons from 21 years ago. Section 3.6.2.3, Section 3.6.3.2, the community section, the city agrees with the SSC minutes and also believes analysis would benefit from standardization, for lack of a better term, in the presentation of community information to allow the council to make a better comparison and evaluation of the levels of community dependence on the snow crab resource. And to the extent that confidentiality issues do not trump further disclosure of information, it would be important for the council and the public to be able to compare in the analysis crab dependence versus overall fisheries dependence for each community and get a more accurate picture of actual snow crab dependence by each community. For example, some communities have wholesale gross revenues and associated values of crab fishery included in the analysis. St. Paul's section does not. Some communities have mixed resource portfolios, for lack of a better term. Others are entirely dependent on a single resource. Assessing a community's level of dependence will be important to determine the responses by the council that are most aligned with the national standards and relevant guidance. I will stop there, noting that I am, let's see, how much time do I have left? No, I got a minute. Okay. Going forward, the rebuilding plan should consider comprehensive and meaningful rebuilding measures, such as bycatch control measures and habitat protections. On bycatch, for example, it ought to be counted towards PSC limits throughout the stocks range, both inside and outside the cobles. The council should also consider protections around the Pribilof Islands and parts of the shelf, at least until stocks show strong recovery and reach more sustainable levels. It should also align the Pribilof Habitat Protection Zone with ADFNG's home plate closure to be consistent. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Posseldon. Appreciate your testimony this morning. Looks like Mr. Dwight has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Posseldon, and thanks for the literary moment. That was always enjoyed. Question I asked Mr. Ianni yesterday was regarding the kind of low abundance levels that we're experiencing now and that we could well be experiencing for a while under rebuilding, and whether the current CRAB FMP, particularly in regards to regionalization, is flexible and robust enough to make sure that we continue to achieve the original objectives of the CRAB FMP, which certainly included the interests of St. Paul and the understanding of the very high level of dependence of St. Paul on the resource. So the question, I'd like you to sort of reflect a little bit more on that same question about can we, under the current CRAB FMP at these low abundance levels, continue to protect the interests of St. Paul?
Through the chair, and thank you, Mr. Dwight, for that question. It's one that we are thinking about every day. And there are portions of this puzzle that I cannot speak to, such as processing capacity, which are outside of my realm. But clearly there are different types of processing capacities or platforms. And so whether it's one type or another, that will depend on what the resource, what the tax look like in future years, if there are any. Some of those discussions were had ahead of the October meeting in anticipation that there might be a fishery and that existing capacity would be either too large or would need to be adapted to current conditions. So anyway, those possibilities remain out there. I guess, as Mr. Ianni responded, these are questions that will need to be flushed out as part of the review of the program. I see restoring the stock through this action as the first step in the responses of this council to this collapse. And I also see, it's interesting you asked this, because when we developed the regionalization concept in crab rationalization, and that took a while to get there. We had to deal with the port preference clause, which didn't allow management actions to prefer or select a certain community over others, but we could get around that through regionalization. When we developed that, we didn't think of it as a tool that was responsive to equity and environmental justice considerations the way that we understand that concept today in this era of greater awareness regarding underserved communities and racial inequities. In retrospect, it is. Regionalization, speaking for St. Paul, clearly protects an endangered, underserved Alaska Native community. It also protects other region communities, but unlike St. Paul, they have more diversified economic basis. So going forward, clearly that's something, a line that we will want to maintain and fight for. I hope that answers your question, at least part of it.
It does. I take two things from it. One is that Mateo is a visionary. The other is that there is still at least from your perspective, probably the potential for some useful ongoing discussions between the community, the processor, and others, and that you're still exploring those avenues.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, Mr. Dwight, through the chair. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further questions for Mr. Posselton? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mateo. You mentioned a couple things in your testimony on, the alignment of the home plate boundaries with the state management boundaries, and you mentioned the PSC, excuse me, inside the zone, that all PSC should accumulate to the PSC caps. And, these are long-term. I think these are pretty long-term asks. And so my question to you is, when I think about PSC caps, for instance, if we were to take all PSC and accumulate that, I don't think that makes any difference because the PSC caps are so large, and to reduce those PSC caps, we're years away from being able to do that, even if that was the will of the council. So is there anything you can think of on the short term, like voluntary measures or asking people to stay out of a certain area or to protect this small signals, or anything, small signal of recruits that we've seen? Is there anything on the short term that you can suggest to the council that might be helpful in protecting the snow crab resource?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, that is a very tough question, and reminds me of the discussion we had on the previous agenda item, Bristol braid red king crab. What can we do in the short term that makes a difference and doesn't hurt others or others too much, and what can we do in the long term that makes a sense and makes sense, and if there's pain involved, it distributes it in a way that's even and can be adapted to. And so I understand your question about some of the PSC measures and the habitat measures. Obviously in this era of climate change, those habitats are under stress and or shifting. Although clearly, there are areas that tend to be, ocean oases, for lack of a better term, places where species tend to congregate and do their different life stages. So clearly the Pribilof Islands and the Pribilof Habitat Protection Zone is something that needs to be looked at, and whether that's, there's a readiness to make changes to that, in the immediate future, or in the longer term, we'll leave it to the process. I mean, we're also getting questions about what the crab rationalization program will look like in the future, and none of us really knows what it'll look like. And so we'll just have to take it one step at a time. Sorry for that kind of roundabout answer, Mr. Down, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mateo.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further questions for Mr. Posselton? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Heather McCarty. Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm representing the Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group for St. Paul Island and the Pribilofs. I'd also like to thank the analysts for their work on the short timeline, and for their willingness to add to their work by adding more information as we go. As you've heard, CBSFA is allocated 20% of the total Bering Sea snow crab that's set aside for the CDQ program and has made substantial investments in snow crab harvesting and processing quota and harvest crab on our 2 crab vessels. CBSFA supports Alternative 2, Option 2 in the current snow crab rebuilding package, which could allow for a small annual snow crab fishery during the rebuilding process, subject to the state of Alaska crab harvest rules. As you also know, CDQ manages their allocations and other assets to promote social and economic development in their communities. With the 87% drop in the snow crab TAC last year, followed by the total closure of snow crab this year, CBSFA will experience a 65% drop in its total revenues. For the next several years, CBSFA will be depending on reserves, pollock and cod revenues, as well as other species of crab. This dramatic drop in CBSFA's revenues could begin to impact its ability to fulfill CDQ program objectives for St. Paul Island, including funding many of the community infrastructure, educational, research, and social programs CBSFA supports. And without snow crab and red king crab, the processing facility in St. Paul is not going to operate. Depending on the duration of the snow crab and red king crab downturns, this could be devastating to the community. The city of St. Paul saw an 85% drop in revenue last year, and we'll see another enormous drop to almost zero this year from lost landing taxes. And finally, as crab processing availability in St. Paul is affected, it also affects the processing capability for halibut, the other major fishery that takes place around St. Paul, thereby damaging the other major economic and social backbone of the community. It's basically a triple whammy for St. Paul. Therefore, we support the adoption of Option 2 and Alternative 2 as the preliminary preferred alternative in the rebuilding plan. It creates some flexibility for allowing directed crab fisheries and uses the best available science to move the stock towards sustainability while balancing the needs of fishing communities consistent with the MSA. Regarding added information needed in the analysis, we do agree with the recommendations put forward by Mateo, Mr. Pasaldan for the city of St. Paul. Also, while the crab industry and crab-dependent communities struggle to maintain viability, we support further discussion and investigation into meaningful rebuilding measures to help crab stocks recover. During the council staff presentation on snow crab rebuilding to the crab plan team, the staff indicated that while crab conservation measures could have a positive effect on rebuilding, they could not be adequately analyzed within the required 2-year timeframe for formulation of the rebuilding plan. They indicated in response to CPT questions that conservation measures could be considered and analyzed separately. We also support a more robust snow crab research program. In response to the council's 3-part request for information for the October meeting, the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation provided a comprehensive summary of immediate crab research needs. In connection with this rebuilding action, as a board member of BSFRF, we encourage the SSC and the council to consider and supporting and advocating for funding for the snow crab research priorities presented by the foundation. These priorities exactly match the Alaska Department of Fish and Game recommendations for short to midterm research. Number 1, distribution and movement research in changing conditions and at different times of year. Number 2, methods of bycatch reduction. And number 3, identifying areas most important to protect and whether there are benefits of protecting those areas. And finally, regarding management aspects, and in partial answer to some of Mr. Twight's discussion, we had discussion about possible changes in the crab rationalization program at both the SSC and the AP, and now here, that could help mitigate the crab crisis. Understanding that this aspect cannot be part of this action, we nonetheless suggest caution in possibly working on discrete separate pieces of the crab management program, and would like more information and discussion about what the council is planning for the crab program review scheduled for 2023. We've had sort of brief discussions with several council members and some staff about what that review is going to look like and how it might proceed. And I guess we're concerned that if you take parts of the program, such as regionalization, out of the mix, it was pretty carefully designed to meet the needs of communities. It's the proverbial three-legged stool. And you take one of those stools, one of those legs, and make it a little bit shorter. We tried to get one of those and cut one of the legs off a little bit to illustrate it, but we didn't quite get around to it. But you can't take one piece like that, which was the most important piece probably for St. Paul itself, and discuss that without discussing the entire program. So we'd like to kind of know more about what your intent is regarding that review. Many people have looked at it as a means of revising the program in these times. Others are afraid to open it up. So I guess it's going to be up to you as to how you proceed with some of these potential management changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I did, thank you, Ms. McCarty. I did listen to Mateo's testimony. At first, it was hard to hear, but I wondered if you could expand on any additions to the analysis that you think are critical to these decision points for the rebuilding plan.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, thank you. It's been pointed out to us that in this particular decision that you're engaged in now, that the alternatives are very similar in their, in fact, maybe identical in their impacts. And so it may or may not be essential that some of the details of community dependence are put forward in this analysis. But what we have noted and have talked to the analysts about is, you know, for one, the dependence of CDQ communities on the CRAB program. And I think that the analysts were only able to access some of the information about that, about the actual details of that dependence of those communities. And we think that going forward, it's important to get that on paper. We've noted that lack in previous analyses. And, you know, once there's a hole, sometimes it stays a hole, and you kind of need to fill in that hole so that going forward, you can have more accurate understanding of exactly where these impacts are going to lie. That's one thing. And I think some of the other things that Mateo discussed, such as dependence of communities, is hard to determine, in part because of confidentiality, but in part because of the sort of incomplete information about actual ownership of, in particular, I think, processing quota, because there's kind of a subcategory of owners of processing quota in the CRAB program. It's kind of a unique program. And so there needs to be, I believe, sort of a better discussion of that going forward. And not just for this action, but for perhaps many of the, hopefully some of the additional actions that might need to be taken by this council. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Ms. McCarty? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Chris Tran, and then Jamie Goen and Corey Lusher.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
Pretty quietly, Chris. If you can keep talking, we might be able to ratchet it up on our end.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Chris Tran, and I am representing the Aleut community of St. Paul Island tribal government. Speaking to C2, I am C2 Snow Crab Rebuilding, and want to first thank the council staff and the analysts for addressing this issue. We submitted written comments to this action item in the agenda, and I also want to acknowledge Dr. Lauren Devine's public testimony to this item to the AP. We want to echo support from the testimonies of our partnering institutions of City of St. Paul and CPSFA, and support alternative to option 2. I want to acknowledge the AP report to this issue and thank them for including that there are subsistence opportunities tied to the commercial fishery, the snow crab fishery, While not a major subsistence item for the community, snow crab is a traditional food that has been recorded to be eaten before the commercial fishery. CVSFA provides throughout the year subsistence food boxes donated from the directed fisheries such as, and the boxes are given to our elders. They include snow crab and halibut. They are an important food source where grocery costs are high. These donations also go to the local food bank and local events. That's kind of all I had to say. And thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Mr. Tran. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks again. Okay,
Thank you.
Last up will be Jamie Goen and Corey Lesher. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I'd like to draw your attention to our comment letter under this agenda item for more detail. We appreciate the work towards developing a rebuilding plan for snow crab and urge the council to do more than the bare minimum rebuilding requirements to help this and other crab stocks recover. We continue to state that this rebuilding plan needs a more comprehensive approach, and we go through that in more detail in our letter. We support alternative 2, option 2, to maintain the flexibility to have a directed crab fishery during rebuilding if permitted under the state harvest strategy and federal thresholds. At the recent ADF&G tax setting meeting and crab plan team meeting, we heard that the small sign of recruitment from last summer's survey is our main hope for a future of a fishery in 4 to 6 years. As ADF&G stated in their presentation, efforts must focus on protecting what is left in the population. And yet the rebuilding plan currently under consideration by the council provides no new management measures to protect what's left in the population that is at critical low levels with high uncertainty, nor to help ensure a future fishery to achieve OY on a continuing basis as required by the MSA. The current plan does not implement ecosystem-based management, nor share the burden of conservation among fishing sectors. We implore the council to do more than just define a target time to rebuild with no new meaningful rebuilding measures. All of the alternatives under this draft rebuilding plan are causing grave economic harm to the crab industry and associated fishing communities, as you've just heard. We encourage the final analysis to include the impacts on bottom contact by gear type from Appendix 1 that could be having an impact on the snow crab stock while is it at such low abundance levels. Appendix 1 provides a wealth of new information on bottom contact separated by gear type in the Eastern Bering Sea and suggests that the fishing impacts are likely having adverse effects on crab stocks across an extensive portion of their range. The appendix shows bottom and pelagic trawl have magnitudes more bottom contact compared to longline and pot gear. We encourage that this information be used to consider further protections to snow crab and habitat to rebuild this stock. We support the SSC and AP recommendations. The AP's recommendations to include projected tax helps better analyze and understand impacts to the directed fishery, including socioeconomic impacts. The SSC's recommendation for the rebuilding plan to revisit the reference points for snow crab is an important one. There seems to be a breakdown in the utility of these reference points when the federal OFL and ABC for this year increased, and yet the state TAC was 0, closing our fishery for the first time ever. So the federal system is telling us that we could fish up to the ABC this year, and yet we are shut down. That doesn't add up. We also support the SSC recommendation to include a revised calculation of habitat disturbance to better align the boundaries with the stock assessment. In other words, exclude the Northern Bering Sea in the habitat disturbance calculations. This would better inform habitat impacts to the stock. To address Mr. Downs' question to Mateo about short-term voluntary actions, the goal is to take fishing pressure off this stock and give this small signal of recruitment a chance to grow and protect what's left of the males and females in the stock, as we heard from ADF&G. An immediate voluntary action that could help is if Amendment 80 would implement a move-on rule whenever they come across any snow crab, regardless of whether it's within their PSC limit. In addition, if the pelagic pollock trawl fishery would communicate with Amendment 80 fleet and do the same, given that we know both gears have bottom contact that has the potential to have significant unobserved fishing mortality at a time when the stock is at record lows and may impact the stock's ability to recover and rebuild. The groundfish fleet could also agree to voluntarily stay out of the state-defined home plate area around the Pribilofs to better protect both blue king crab and snow crab. These are incredibly challenging issues and not the time to accept business as usual. We need to rethink how crab stocks are managed in the Bering Sea by protecting vulnerable molting and mating crab, protecting important areas for crab from fishing impacts, and protecting crab habitat, because status quo is not working. And there's a way to do all of this while keeping all other sectors fishing and attaining their allocations. I want to end my comments with noting support for the tenor of Mateo's public testimony, and that with the lack of meaningful actions by the council for the crab stock, the fishery, and the communities, we are losing hope. That's why you are seeing fewer and fewer crab fishermen weigh in at these council meetings. You as a council, and apparently Trident, are making it clear that you are okay losing Alaska's independent fishing families and the crab-dependent Alaska fishing communities. Happy to take any questions.
See if there are any questions. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple questions here. So and I appreciate you addressing in your public comments that the short-term actions. If you put these ideas in writing and presented them to the Amendment 80 and the Pollock Fleet Associations, or have you had discussions with them, or how's that going? Because it seems like you were pretty specific in some of the things that you asked for, including communications between Amendment 80 and the Pollock Fleet, and the move on actions that you would ask Amendment 80. If you, what's your sense of where those discussions currently are?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, no, I have not had those discussions because I just came up with that while you and Mateo were talking earlier today. But it seems like a doable, obvious one. They have an incredible platform through Sea State, which I believe collects information from both of those fisheries. So I think there's an ability there to communicate and stay off of the crab if they chose to do so. I will note that Alaska Bering Sea crabbers for the last 2 years have asked all fishing sectors to stay out of the red king crab savings area, and the Pollock pelagic trawl group did not agree to do so. Although I believe during public testimony under the last agenda item, there were some independent businesses that chose to do so.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question, not a follow-up question, but a second question actually, on another topic. So on the alignment of the federal ABC and the state harvest rules that govern whether the fishery would be open or not, to what extent does the council have a play in that versus the Board of Fish, or private negotiate or private discussions with the department? I'm just curious as to your thoughts on how Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers is going to move forward in pursuing that that concept.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I think the responsibility of that largely lies in the council and the state, and working through the Joint Protocol Committee and other venues. I mean, there's the OFL ABC is in the federal arena, and the TAC is in the state arena, and the harvest strategy. I think elements of all of these need looked at for crab. What the management system and that we have in place right now is not working, and we need both the federal and the state bodies to continue to coordinate and find a better path forward here so that we can have sustainable crab fisheries in Alaska.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just would like to make sure I understand. your recommendations for the rebuilding plan, the snow crab rebuilding plan, which is in front of us. I'm looking at your comment letter and am I reading that correctly? That your recommendation for the council is to include 3 components in this rebuilding plan. And that is harvest strategy, bycatch control measures, and habitat protection measures as listed starting on page 3 of your letter. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, Rachel, thank you. I don't have the letter in front of me, but that sounds like the correct list. I know we had talked about bycatch control measures, including removing the PSC floor, counting all bycatch throughout the range, estimating unobserved fishing mortality, aligning the closed areas around the Pribilofs, protecting key areas for juveniles and females, and creating some habitat protections.
Any further questions, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Just, and based on that, thank you for your testimony that the council did ask for information on some of those particular PSC potential measures in this rebuilding plan. And of course, we received a presentation that showed it made no difference to the rebuilding timeline because it's significantly less than total abundance and it's not the primary component driving rebuilding. And so I guess I'm not contesting your request or advocacy to include those, but I guess I'm curious why they should be in the rebuilding plan as opposed to in another measure like our crab work plan or something like that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I think it's important to include it in the rebuilding plan because that's under a shorter timeline. And we are in a dire situation with these crab stocks and a closed fishing industry. So we need to be doing everything we can to help the stock bounce back as quickly as possible. You're right that the analysis shows that if you look at it as a math exercise, it does not speed up the time to rebuild. But I think at some level here too, we have to apply logic and do everything we can that we have control over because we don't have control over the climate impacts that are happening to the stock, but we do have control over the fishing impacts and habitat protections. So we need to be looking at what we can do that will help, even if it's marginal, but that will help improve this stock. And it's good policy. I mean, to remove a PSC limit floor when a stock is overfished and a directed fishery is closed, it doesn't make sense to have a floor that's almost as high as the last time there was a fishery on this stock. So applying some common sense to this rebuilding plan to help give the stock a chance.
Ms. Kimball?
Just to follow up, thank you for that response. And I guess the conclusions from the analysts were the common sense approach is that because it doesn't change the rebuilding timeline, that they weren't critical to put into this document. And I was wondering if you had additional measures you could remind me from your letter or your testimony that you think would be the most critical to have some meaningful effect that we might be able to see for snow crab, and whether that's PSC measures or looking at protecting this small recruitment event that you think might be occurring. Just something more on what we could do that might be meaningful. I understand your testimony. We should be doing everything you can, but I think logically we're trying to do things that will make a difference. So anything additional on those types of measures?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think revising some of these PSC limit regulations would create more of an incentive to move off of snow crab than is currently happening. I spoke to in my testimony these voluntary measures, this new idea that would be good to talk with Amendment 80 and the Pollock fleet about using a move on rule when they come across any snow crab right now. I think that would help take some of the pressure off the stock, and that could be a voluntary measure. We heard during ADF&G's tax setting presentation when posed with this question of how can we protect this small signal of recruitment so that we have the hope of a future fishery. We heard them speak to the idea of a patchwork of closed areas across the Bering Sea. That would be a big change in management in the Bering Sea, but this patchwork idea is similar to what you've seen in conservation and forestry or on the East Coast for scallop fisheries, where they create these rotating closed areas to protect the stock. But you do it in a patchwork so that there's still lots of areas that can be fished as well. But it would help take some pressure off of the stock in the short term while it's at such low levels.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions? Thank you both for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment on C2. Let's stand down for 5 minutes or so and come back and see what the action council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to take action on C2. Ms. Kimball.
I have a motion, Mr. Chair. Just wait a moment. The motion reads, the council recommends scheduling the analysis for final action with the following preliminary preferred alternative in bold. It reads alternative 1, no action, state harvest strategy with no rebuilding plan. The preliminary preferred alternative is alternative 2, set target rebuilding timeframe for the number of years necessary to rebuild the stock to BMSY level at a probability of greater than or equal to 50%. The stock will be considered rebuilt once it reaches BMSY. Option 1, no directed fishing until the stock is rebuilt. Option 2, part of the preliminary preferred alternative in bold, allow the directed fishery to open based on the state harvest strategy while the stock is rebuilding. Per the SSC recommendations, if possible, the analyst should add 1, the projected catch during the rebuilding period to inform the evaluation of the potential economic effects, and 2, information on the status of fishing dependent communities through the 2021-22 season and CDQ ownership participation. The analysis should also address alternative 1 in the section on expected effects of the alternatives. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The council, I think, first has shown already appreciation for the work of the analysts and the stock assessment author that went into the initial review draft. I thought it was a very clear analysis and helpful for our decisions today. The SSC also had some comments that are helpful and relevant to the decision points at hand, and I've included some of those in the motion. If you note, the preliminary preferred alternative identified here in bold is the same as the advisory panel motion. It's what I think every testifier testified to in support of at this meeting, and it's consistent with the mandate under Magnuson-Stevens Act to rebuild stocks. I think it's also consistent with National Standard 1 in that it establishes a plan estimated to rebuild the stock in less than 10 years, which is our mandate, but allows directed fishing to occur under the state harvest strategy while the stock rebuilds to a level that achieves optimum yield. And so I would note from the SSC report that they support this approach and the proposed rebuilding parameters of T-min at 6 years and T-max at 10 years. I would note the rebuilding analysis projects no discernible difference between the rebuilding timeframe under either option 1 or option 2 under alternative 2, or for that matter, under status quo. Option 2 assumes the TAC is set at 40% of the ABC, and this is likely conservative because it does not consider years that the fishery may be closed or years when TACs are set less than 40% of ABC based on the precautionary approach taken by the state. I think we heard through testimony and through the analysis that maintaining the economic opportunity for a directed commercial fishery under the state harvest strategy and discretion of state managers is very important for harvesters, processors, and communities. Some communities in particular are highly dependent on crab, and particularly during this time when the majority of commercial crab stocks are in a state of decline. As we heard in public testimony, again, even an intermittent small fishery, which would be allowed under this rebuilding plan, can be important for fishing communities such as St. Paul and others to maintain infrastructure, jobs, vessel activity, and for some processors to remain viable. And again, as stated, choosing this option as our preliminary preferred alternative doesn't extend the rebuilding timeline. I think the SSC report and the analysis are also clear that, and we need to acknowledge that the rebuilding of snow crab stock will mainly depend on the successful recruitment of crab under future ecosystem conditions, and that the rebuilding timeline could actually be much longer. We were provided information that the prevailing scientific hypothesis as to what caused the stock to become overfished was the 2018-2019 marine heat wave. And I think it was posed as subsequent starvation due to high bottom temperatures coupled with the increased metabolic needs of a very large biomass of snow crab in the Bering Sea. I think the analysis is also clear that with the current low numbers of snow crab, we're not going to have that density effect. So it's unlikely that type of event would occur during rebuilding because we don't have those high densities. But there were plenty of cautions in the analysis to highlight the uncertainty in ocean conditions that would allow for future positive recruitment. I think it's helpful that staff outlined and indicated we'll be revisiting the rebuilding plan throughout the time period and evaluating our progress under future conditions, and the agency has some latitude to decide what those criteria look like. I did try to add the SSC recommendations, some of which we heard in testimony. on projected catch. I recognize that that could be fairly speculative, and that's why there's those caveats. If possible, the analyst should add. I think the state and the analysts will be working together to try to do that, and I hope that they caveat that information as necessary. We also saw from the SSC minutes, this information through the 2021-2022 season would be helpful to add for fishing dependent communities. And we did receive testimony on anything additional we could provide on CDQ ownership, particularly of processor quota, and their participation is important as we start to move these analyses forward and provide a complete picture of dependence on the fishery. The last sentence is my note that I think, just for completeness and for clarity to the public, even a cursory treatment of alternative 1 in the section on expected effects will be helpful to understand there's really no difference in the rebuilding timelines under alternative 1, 2, or the options. So that is the explanation of the motion. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. I'm just looking through the SSC recommendations, and I think there's a few things that were not included here. Was that because you felt like that those were not needed here, or that they would fit better under maybe our next agenda item on the work plan? Or I'm just kind of wondering if your thought was that some of these things might be better to be picked up under the work plan for discussion at that point by the council, or and that was your intention there, or if there was something else.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Downs. There were a couple, and that's why I tried to draw that out in our discussion with Dr. Dressel yesterday, that a couple of the recommendations, including calculation of habitat disturbance, that might be better fit one part of that under future research, and another part under potentially our work plan that would deal with what other measures, including potential changes or protection of habitat areas for snow crab, that might be better fit under the next agenda item, and wasn't completely pertinent to the decision points under choosing a rebuilding timeframe. The other one that I didn't pick up, and I should have explained, so I appreciate the question, is clarification on next steps to take on LKTK when the search engine that was created doesn't provide any specific results. And I think in our discussion with Dr. Dressel, it came up in their discussion under the snow crab rebuilding agenda item, but it wasn't directly related. They really had that question in general with all analyses. If we use the search engine and it has no results for LKTK, what are next steps that analysts might take to fill out that portion of the analysis? I think that's a great question. I think it's exactly the question that LKTK task force is working on. How do we incorporate that information, and what steps and would analysts take in order to do that, not just in the stock assessment process, but in our regular analyses? So I expect that we are getting that back in our LKTK efforts. And I've tried to talk to staff and make sure that I was right on about that, and they confirm that that's where that belongs. So I don't know if there were other things that the SSC brought up that you wanted me to provide an explanation for, but those were the two that I can find right now.
Mr.
Yeah,
Down.
thank you. Those were the two that I was asking about. Particularly, my main concern really was the habitat disturbance portion of that, and I appreciate that explanation. And so thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, any amendments to Ms. Kimball's motion? Okay. Go to comments on the motion. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to thank Ms. Kimball for the motion. She did a very thorough explanation of her thinking behind the motion, and I concur with all of those points, particularly selecting alternative 2, option 2 as the preliminary preferred alternative. As Ms. Kimball mentioned, that is, I believe all of the public comment we received was in support of that. And in terms of showing that the stock can rebuild within the time frame while allowing for directed fisheries under the state of Alaska harvest strategy. And as we heard in public testimony, having some flexibility in directed fisheries is clearly important for fishery participants and the communities that rely on the snow crab fishery. And I just wanted to comment to, for the record and for the public, for the council to understand, as part of this motion, given our joint state and federal management under the FMP, that our general approach at the state will be to continue to err on the side of conservation if there is a question to allow fishing, and consistent with the decision this year to not open the fishery. And while I am very supportive of alternative to option 2, I just wanted to be sure and remind the council and members of the public and fishery participants that a directed fishery and whether there is a directed fishery does depend on the state harvest strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, thanks much for the motion. I also support it. A couple of other sort of thoughts about some of the things that really aren't under our control at this point. I think your motion was really very constructively tailored towards what we as a council have direct influence over at this point. But this shouldn't be the whole package. As I indicated, I think some in my discussion with the SSC and their presentation on this, I think there needs to be some additional work thinking about how we ultimately incorporate observed effects of climate change over time in the way that we estimate what the rebuilding parameters are. And I just, to me, that looks like a workload task for we should probably maybe touch again after the SSC's workshop in February, and certainly as well after we gain some additional insight from the SSC leadership discussions of last fall, and once we're able to see their proceedings and once staff is able to sort of digest them for us. The other thing I keep thinking about goes back to just one of the 3 legs, as Ms. McCarty referred to, of the existing plan, and that is the protection of crab-dependent communities. And I just know that's going to be challenging at these low levels. When the state's harvest strategy allows a fishery, it's not going to be a lot, and we know that. And yet that's a central pillar of our crab rationalization program, is the protection of crab dependent communities. And so continuing to encourage discussions at the community level between the processor and the community, between the harvest industry and as well, to do what we can at these low levels to continue to address that really large need, critical need, I think is important. The council doesn't have a lot of direct control over that at this point. So I think we're dependent on the community and industry to work together to try to creatively address that. I hope the state can stay involved, because I think the state harvest strategy does play an absolutely critical role in how that can be implemented. I hope that we can continue to be apprised. At some point, there may be some things we can do. And I think we should be ready to do that. But I don't want to see us end up inadvertently with the hypothetical situation that Ms. McCarty posted to us in her testimony, of all of a sudden finding out that one of the legs is shorter than the other 2. I don't want to be sitting on that stool, and I don't think anybody does when that happens. So let's try to avoid that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your motion. When I'm thinking about this, I just want to address, and I'm not trying to mix my comments here with our next agenda item, but so my comments are directly in response to things that we've heard in public testimony, but we heard in public testimony the desire to add in PSC considerations and PSC boundary considerations and several other things and habitat protections and all of those things. I just wanted to remind people from that I am going to support this motion and I appreciate everything that's gone into this. We're under a timeline here to get this in place. We have another agenda item coming up on a work plan and I'll be anxious to hear public testimony on what the public would like to do there and what their priorities might be on the things that have been presented by the state, by Ms. Baker's the presentation from the state of Alaska, I should say, that's under the next agenda item. But one thing that I do think that we can look at under this agenda item is what can we do on the short term? I would be in favor of taking up PSC considerations and those kind of things under this if I thought it would help something on the short term, but those are long-term discussions. I think we'd be years away from setting new PSC caps, and not that I think that it's important that we don't get going with those, but under this agenda item, it just doesn't, it's not the right place for it, in my opinion. But what I do want to say is I really hope that the representatives here in the room from the Amendment 80 fleet and representatives here and online with the Pollock fleet will take heed. I think and the pot fleet as well. I think that all three of those fleets have a responsibility here to do everything they possibly can to help with this small signal of recruits that we do have to identify and educate themselves on where those areas are that might be important to the ability of this stock to rebuild, and through voluntary measures and sit down and have discussions with Alaska Bering Sea crabbers and have the meetings that are important to do whatever they can, because on the short term, and in my thoughts, that's the only thing that can really work here on the short term. If we were to do something with PSC caps or closed areas or something, these small signal of recruits, or those animals will be 4 or 5-year-old fish by the time we get there. And so for that reason, I would just personally, I would be heartened to see those kind of discussions take place. And starting right away, I hope that Alaska Bering Sea crabbers will put in writing their requests of these other fleets, the pot fleet, the bottom, the Amendment 80 fleet and the Pollock fleet, and that they will take measures voluntarily to help here, because this is a dire situation, and what's happening in communities like St. Paul it gets all of our attention. I think I speak for everybody on the council when I say that everybody understands what a dire, terrible situation that is for that community to see a plant close and to not have anywhere to process even their small fish and those kinds of things is a really tough issue. And I think that all of the industry can do their part in trying to mitigate the circumstances. And I think they have a responsibility to do that. The responsibility is not entirely on the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments on the motion, Mr. Kurland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Kimball's motion and the rationale for it. I'll just add, observers might typically expect to see conservation and management measures for a rebuilding plan, and just given the unique circumstances here, that's I think we've got a clear case for why there aren't explicit measures here. But of course, as others have discussed, we'll be talking about that in the work plan, and other things are underway to help the crab resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Any final comments on the motion? We're ready to vote. Is there any opposition? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Kimball. Anything further on C2? Okay. With that, we can move into the next agenda item. present the crab work plan. It's Kendall Henry. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'm Kendall Henry, a fisheries biologist with the Extended Jurisdiction Program at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I am here to present the draft work plan for crab. In October of 2022, the council passed a motion which identified Bristol Bay Red King crab stock and the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab stock as priority conservation concerns. When speaking to this, ADF&G expressed interest to organize potential management measures and research needs into a draft work plan. This draft work plan was prepared by ADF&G staff as a possible tool to assist the council in reviewing its current groundfish management measures and to help the council prioritize and make decisions about management actions that could improve crab bycatch management, further reduce fishing impacts on Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab, and more generally help protect these stocks. Related to this work plan, we're looking for input on the usefulness of this document and if there's anything that should be added or revised. This work plan incorporates the AP's October 2022 motion for comprehensive crab management measures, recommendations on data sources and research from the SSC's October review of the Bristol Bay Red King crab discussion papers, and information that has been provided by fishery participants. The work plan presents a suite of regulatory and non-regulatory measures that could be taken in council-managed fisheries to protect Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab. This work plan is also intended to provide current information and highlight future research that would help inform potential management measures.
Ms. Henry, and before you move on, I think this is a council-only discussion, so we're not going to have an SSC or AP report. So my members of the public who wish to testify to please sign up before the end of this presentation.
Yeah, I think there's 2 slides left, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Henry.
The work plan is categorized into 4 areas of potential actions that could be taken to protect crab stocks. For each category, the document lists management objectives of potential actions while providing links to information that is already available that can help inform these actions and lists ongoing research and potential research needs. Non-regulatory measures include those outlined in the reports provided by the industry for the 2023 fishing season, gear modifications to reduce crab bycatch, and industry research to evaluate fishing impacts on crab stocks. Closed areas are intended to protect crab and important crab habitat, and this category includes short-term and long-term research that could inform potential measures. Aligning management boundaries includes potential actions to align PSC limits with the stock management boundaries, and improving bycatch management includes actions related to crab PSC and the groundfish fisheries and discards in crab fisheries. And again, what we're looking for on this is input from the council and the public on the usefulness of this work plan and if there's anything that's missing or should be revised to it. And if the council determines that this work plan is useful, it could suggest any revisions that it has and request review of this document from the CBT and the SSC to get input on scope, feasibility, and utility, and just any relevant information and research that could help inform any of these actions and things that we've missed. And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henry. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Henry. I recognize that you focused here on the groundfish fisheries because that's what we have control over in this arena. But having spent time developing this at ADF&G, I'm curious if you have if you had any conversations or if you can provide any insight where you see we can look at issues that maybe need to go to the Joint Protocol Committee or another way for us to work with ADF&G on Board of Fish. I'm thinking things like we know there's a huge problem with discards in the directed crab fisheries, and we can't do anything about that directly here. But how do we have those conversations? How do you see those fitting into the work plan? And I guess it came to my mind because we talked about, aligning the management boundaries as one possible tool. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, I think things like the Joint Protocol Committee are places where that can happen. But on just the state side itself, there are things that we're already doing to help reduce discards. There's gear modifications such as mesh sizes and escapement rings that prevent juveniles. There's in some of the tanner and snow crab fisheries, there's tanner boards that are required to exclude, or they help exclude red king crab from the fisheries. And so there are other management measures that we're working on as a state, but I don't know if I'm the one to speak to how the council should go about working with the state on that, but it is something that we definitely want to do from the state side.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Henry and Ms. Vanderhoven for the question. I'm not sure that I'm the best person to say that either, but what I did want to add is that this draft work plan was intended to be a place to have those types of conversations to help us figure that out, quite frankly. As Kendall mentioned, this ADF&G staff developed this as a draft to get the council started, if you will. If we thought it was helpful to have all of this information in one place, quite frankly. And so if there are, just as Ms. Henry said in her presentation, if there are things that could, types of management measures or categories of management measures we have not included in here, I think we're looking for input on those and how the council would like to use this plan, if at all, in the future, is really the discussion we're having here. We have no expectations. We really wanted input at this point to see how it would be most useful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Ms. Henry? Ms. Kimball.
I just have thank you, Mr. Chair, an overall question of whether the work plan itself is, I read it as everything that's ever been mentioned and it all put in one place. Is the action for the council to try to create a work plan that shows priorities or a subset of these actions that would rise to the top or take some out? Can we talk about that a little bit? It looks like a list of everything that's been mentioned. Is the council's job here to revise this so it looks like something we could actually tackle?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't know if I'm the one who's best to speak to what the council action is here, but our intention was to bring forward from ADF&G a work plan. And if, I guess the council action would be, if you find it useful, then you could take this up. And yes, the intention was also to put it all in one place so that we can see what's been done recently and it can help prioritize, but it would be up to the council to take some sort of action, because right now this is just a work plan that ADF&G put together. It's not a council document at this time.
Further questions? Mr. Kirtland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about unobserved mortality and wonder if there's anything you can share with whether that was envisioned as folded into the bycatch management portion of this, or if it was otherwise considered.
Yes, it was. I don't know. I'd have to look at the document specifically, but I know some of it was folded into the measures that were voluntary because we had heard from at the previous meetings from industry that they were starting to look into the possible studies and things to get at that, but also some of the SSC recommendations that we tried to fold in there did include unobserved mortality, or at least ideas on how to estimate that.
Further questions? Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Thank you.
Not so fast. Mr. Dwight.
Mine wasn't really a question as much as a comment. To me, this really looks like the kind of tool that has proved very valuable at the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee for managing priorities, as Ms. Kimball brought up, and for managing workflow, and just for understanding the full scope of the things that are there. And that was a document that was like this one, initially developed by the agency and sort of brought forward to the committee. The council's now seen that several times and has the opportunity to sort of weigh in on it in terms of prioritization. I think the two differences I see between this document now and that document are, one, it does include some prioritization, the kind of issues that Ms. Kimball brought up, and two, it provides a description of both the issues that are really fully in the agency's wheelhouse that they're working on, as well as the issues that council engagement, committee engagement are needed on. So that we have a sense of how all of our resources are being deployed on these issues, and that's part of the value of it. I would hope that this could be ultimately become a council document that is also an agency document, is also a Department of Fish and Game document, and really give us the ability to direct how we're spending our resources based on jointly shared priorities. But I really appreciate the agency's efforts to pull this together, and it looks like a great starting point.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one based on that. Maybe it is a question for Kendall, or maybe just a hope we'd receive some testimony on it. I think one of the differences between this and the fishery monitoring issues is that's a list of tasks or issues that have been tasked by the council and there's ongoing work on, and it provides a schedule for that work. And this looks like everything that we've talked about, but isn't necessarily tasked. And so maybe we can think or get testimony on what kind of document is most helpful for the council and the public. Those are two different things. Thank you.
And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I know that wasn't really a question, but that was one thing that we had discussed when we were putting together this document, is being able to outline tasks that might need to happen and possibly prioritize those actions, as well as maybe determine who can do those things.
All right. I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Ms. Henry.
Thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Looks like there are 5 signed up to testify. First up is Jamie Goen, then Heather McCarty, then John Govan, Mateo Pasadon, and then Scott Goodman.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, again, I'm Jamie Goen, and with me is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. Alaska is known as the gold standard for sustainable fisheries and management, and yet we find Alaska crab fisheries in crisis. With hundreds of millions in lost revenue from crab fisheries these past 2 seasons, the crab closures have devastated our industry and Alaska's fishing communities and challenged our markets. We risk losing the resource in the crab industry if the council and its advisors do not act swiftly and aggressively to help crab stocks. We cannot urge enough the magnitude of what our industry is facing and the role the council and their advisory bodies play in turning that outcome around. We appreciate the state's effort in developing a crab conservation plan and urge the council to initiate a review of the options in the work plan, building off of the AP's motion under the longer term section adopted last October under agenda item D2, Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper, which includes a purpose and needs statement and alternatives that encompass all of the elements in ADF&G's work plan. Having an initial review analysis available for SSC and CPT input would provide the most productive, efficient, structured way for council advisory bodies to provide input within their terms of reference. And quickly, I talked with an SSC member about the work plan itself and whether the SSC could weigh in on something the way it's outlined here. And the feedback I got is it's better within their terms of reference to have it come through as an initial review analysis. In reviewing the work plan, we noticed that bear-eye crab was not included and encourage it be added as another crab stock that is at historic lows in the Bering Sea. In response to Rachel's question under C1 for the Red King Crab Savings Area yesterday on dynamic closed areas based on environmental variables and the tools we have to do so, we have the tools and information to start implementing dynamic closed areas now. For example, we know the Red King Crab Savings Area continues to be important for crab and their habitat, but we also know that crab move based on temperature. From Dr. Zacker's 2018 publication, crab tend to expand beyond that box in warm years. You could annually review bottom temperatures from the summer trawl survey or from the mooring M2 to determine if the Red King Crab Savings Area needs to be expanded for the warm years to better protect crab from mobile bottom contact gears. That was an example of a dynamic closed area based on environmental variables. We also have enough information available to implement dynamic closed areas based on stock health. And ADF&G is already doing that. ADF&G annually reviews the NIMS summer trawl survey to determine if the closed area for crab fisheries around the Pribilofs is the best spot to protect blue king crab, and they periodically adjust that closed area. However, the federal closed area that governs groundfish fisheries is not aligned with the state boundary and is not providing the best protection for blue king crab. These two areas should be aligned. Doing so would also afford some protections for overfished snow crab. ABSC brought both of these concepts and more to you in comment letters earlier this year. I appreciate the state's comment under the last agenda item that they err on the side of conservation for the directed crab fishery. We understand and support that approach. What I'm not seeing from the state and the council is erring on the side of conservation in other fisheries, impacts on crab, and on habitat protections. Bering Sea fisheries are in this pattern of single species or FMP by FMP management when we have an ecosystem problem going on. Now more than ever, we need truly ecosystem management and a willingness to make decisions that better balance fisheries and fishing interests to keep Bering Sea fisheries sustainable. We look forward to the council initiating a review of comprehensive management measures to rebuild all of the Bering Sea crab stocks and doing so swiftly. Your actions to date or lack of actions in the case of Red King crab are killing our industry, and we do not have years to wait. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jamie. So you had a long list of things there, and I read your comment letter under a previous agenda item and your comments here. Some of these things would seem like they could maybe be a council discussion paper or something to get going on a few things that were identified as items in the work plan, and others are things that maybe should go to the crab plan team and the SSC for comments. So do you have a feeling for like what the highest priority might be for the council and what the highest priority and from your group might be for those items that may need input from the SSC or the crab plan team? I know that's kind of a big question, but I'm just looking for the priorities on the list of what might be a priority for the council? If the council is to do something, what would it be? And if this stuff was, that we were to ask of the limited time that the crab plan team and the SSC have, what would you think would be the best bang for the buck for those guys as well?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, we do not have time for this industry and Alaska's fishing communities to keep going through rounds of doing discussion papers and piecemeal approach for crab stocks. We need to be taking a comprehensive, big picture look at what's happening and take a more ecosystem approach to help these stocks recover. We don't have time to do this piece by piece. We need to be doing it as a comprehensive package. The council's opportunity to take quick, immediate actions was the rebuilding plan and the emergency rule that we have put forward. So now we need to be looking at a comprehensive approach, big picture, ecosystem-based, that pulls all of these components together and will help the stocks rebuild. There needs to be an initiation of that package and analysis at this meeting for all of it.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Next up is Heather McCarty.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, we don't have written testimony on this item. I'm just going to speak from the plan itself, which you probably have in front of you. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association from St. Paul. When we first saw this, we had two immediate responses. One was delight, frankly, that there had been this attempt to, a good attempt to put together all of the various pieces of what perhaps could be done to protect and grow the crab stocks in the Bering Sea. And we thank and have thanked multiple times the state of Alaska for doing that. I think it's the first step in a comprehensive approach to, as Ms. Goen has said, the ecosystem and the industry issues that we're facing. And the community issues, of course, are foremost in our minds as the Community Development Association for the Pribilofs in POD. So with that, I guess the second thought that we had was, is this something that the state of Alaska is really supporting? Is it an expression of what the ADF&G folks believe needs to be addressed? Or is it just a compilation of things that we have seen brought to this council? So that question kind of remains, and I guess that probably remains for all of us. And then in talking with ADF&G folks, it became clear that they were presenting this as a way to align the council around some of these efforts, and that they were looking forward to public comment and council comment so that this could become a council plan, not just a draft coming from ADF&G. So that kind of helped answer that question. And then finally, overall, we recognize the difficulty of getting the advice that the council needs and the public needs from the CPT and from the SSC in an efficient way. I think it's already been said that a piecemeal approach can be helpful on certain issues, but if you would like the SSC in particular and the CPT to comment on a more comprehensive approach, this is probably the best way to do it. And so what the question is for us is, how do you get this to the SSC and the CPT as a whole, as an expression of the multiple things that probably need to be done to help the crab stocks in the Bering Sea, or at least to better understand them? And so I guess in order to do that, maybe Ms. Goen's idea of having it as a review document, I didn't quite understand that, but this is the first time I've heard that, but there needs to be a way to comprehensively get this package to the SSC, in my view, because we hear over and over again that we need the SSC to comment on this, we need the CPT to comment on this. And if you do it one by one, it's going to take too long. And so there needs to be a way to get it to them and get the information and their best ideas back to this body so that the council can ask the public, how do you want to proceed? In being asked to prioritize these matters, I find myself going back to that again and again. You know, I'd like to know what the SSC thinks is most important. I'd like to know what the biologists at ADF&G think are the most important. And I don't know a way to do that other than to put it into those bodies and let them come back to this council. That's kind of a philosophical approach. So to the plan itself, looking at the first category of non-regulatory measures, in my 20-some years at the council, I've noted that voluntary measures are usually a result of non-voluntary potential measures, if you will. And so perhaps a forcing mechanism of some kind, it would be effective in this particular arena. You asked for and got some voluntary measures from the industry in October. You didn't get them from all aspects of the industry. In some cases, you got relatively comprehensive reasons why they didn't need to do anything different, which is not exactly the same thing. And I think that some of the things we've heard from Trident at this particular meeting have been really hopeful. They seem to be taking the initiative not only to stay away from red king crab in the savings area, but also to look at measures to improve the gear, to keep it off the bottom, if I understand correctly. And I think the industry as a whole is moving in that direction, and I would encourage that. I think the message from the council on that issue needs to be a little bit stronger. Closed areas, I think you've made a start on that with the Bristol Bay Red King Crab action that you took earlier. Really glad to see that. In terms of snow crab in that sort of area of effort, it seems to be that there's a lot less known about snow crab. It seems that we keep hearing, and I think it's probably true, that there may not be enough knowledge about that to proceed right now, but I would encourage as a top priority to get that information and to put together the information that you do have so that you can approach those things. And that's been CBSFA's recommendation. Aligning management boundaries, number 3, it just makes sense. I mean, there's no reason that I can see not to do that. So that's what I have to say about that. And improving bycatch management, I will wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Improving bycatch management, of course, also seems to be a sensible thing. I don't have time to go into detail. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. McCarty. Let's see if there's any questions. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Heather, for your comments. I understand what the previous testifier was talking about looking at a comprehensive look at these problems and the comments that you were making, but some of these requests for action seem like they would be amendments to an FMP, and other ones might just be separate administrative actions. And I guess I'm having trouble imagining how in a single package that comes back to this council, we can parse out a bunch of different actions that have different impacts on different legal structures in the Bering Sea and fisheries as one piece. I haven't seen one of those. Maybe I have, but I don't recognize that it was. And so maybe with your experience in this process, you could explain how one document could come back that could encompass comprehensive changes to different FMPs and fisheries in one document. Usually we take one little bite at a time because it's so complicated and controversial. And it seems like a big one might be beyond the capability of getting something through the council. So I guess I was just looking for your feedback on how do we take that step to begin that process?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesro, I think that's the big question. All right. I've just sort of been thinking about it. I think we all have, and I think we've heard some suggestions from industry folks already as to how that could be accomplished. I think that's the question you need to wrestle with. You know, it is the essential question, in my view, about ecosystem-based management overall. How do you do it? how do you do it when there are so many pieces? How do you put them together? And I think in asking that this good start go to the SSC, that's sort of what I'm hoping for from them is, and the CPT as well, is to tackle that and look at it holistically and give us advice, not on each individual thing in detail, perhaps, but look at what might be the most important from their point of view, not only for management action, but also for research and maybe even voluntary action as well. It has to happen somewhere at some point in some body. And, you know, lots of times we've come up here and asked for committees on various things. And everybody's like, oh, no, no more committees. But maybe it's a workshop. Maybe it's getting, people have talked about industry getting together, harvesters and processors, and presumably communities. And I think that's a valuable thing. Does it need to be in a council setting? Maybe, because it keeps coming back to you. And it just seems like there ought to be some sort of council mechanism that can address some of these things that we all know need to be addressed in various ways and with varying amounts of information available. And how do you bring all that together? I think that's your challenge. And I know that you're up to it. You know, this council is up to it because of their great dedication to ecosystem-based management and moving in that direction in kind of uncharted territory. I think this is an example of that. It seems to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further questions for Ms. McCarty? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is John Govan. And Chris Woodley.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and Mr. Woodley from Groundfish Forum. I think this is the first time I've ever testified with Mr. Woodley. So I decided to go first, see how the time management goes. But we're both up here to give some Amendment 80 perspectives on the work plan. I appreciate the state's efforts to put that together as a starting point. I think it's a comprehensive set of possible approaches, and I couldn't think of anything that's not there. I will say that in thinking about Mr. Mesereau's question, how to organize to try to do everything at once and parse through this is going to be difficult, but it probably is good to take a look at everything at once to start to do that. So that's what you guys are good at. I would like to focus a little bit on the newest idea within here, which is what I call moving away from static management areas or closures, if you will. They don't have to be closures, but to more dynamic ones. I think that's more appropriate for what we understand about the ecosystem changes going on. I also think it's just a better approach for crab because crab have always moved in response to temperature, et cetera. So I think it's probably been better than trying to box off areas for long periods of time. With that, I will say that I don't know that we're ready to start implementing these as ABSC proposed. I think personally, they're best if we use a survey to delineate areas that are important to crab. If we use bycatch information, we're just getting a lens of where we fish, and that may not reflect the most important areas. So I'm willing to think about this, but I like to get independent data because, as you know, our gear's not designed to catch crab, and we're not necessarily a good indicator of the relative abundance where we're fishing even. So, but I will say for Opelio, the NIMS trawl survey is more timed to at least some of the areas we fished around the survey. So that information might be worthwhile to look at. And we do fish in the summer for flatfish. So I think looking at that at this point, it has some merit. In the short term, the suggestion of voluntary measures point out that the Amendment 80 sector did implement them for red king crab. I went through those with you, what we did this last meeting, and we intend to implement those in 2023, making adjustments after we talk to our captains at the captains meeting to see if we can improve on them. As for the suggestion of what more we could do to focus on Opelio, we will have that discussion with ABSC and we will talk to our captains, but I want to point out that with Opelio, we're not a big part of the bycatch from the data, and frankly, as an equity issue, the directed fishery that they had last year amounted to one discarded legal male for everyone retained. And I think that's a priority that I would like to see addressed. I know that's not the council's realm, but to Ms. Vanderhoven's point and with the question to the state, I'd like to see this council start to work with the state on how to reduce the bycatch and discards of legal males in the Opelio fishery, so that when we do have fisheries during the rebuilding plan, we're not looking at that while we're implementing every measure we can in the groundfish fisheries to avoid Opelio bycatch. I think that's all I'm going to cover. Mr. Woodley, I saved you 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. I think John really comprehensively covered most of the issues that we've been thinking about. I appreciate the state's effort in putting together this very comprehensive plan. There's certainly a lot that falls into that. And I think one of the big challenges that us as stakeholders and you all as council members are going to be up against is within those list of things is what gives the biggest bang for the buck. When you look at things like PSC management, I think we need to look very carefully at where there may actually be improvements and how much effort is going to go into achieving that improvement. It may be something that's in your wheelhouse. It may be something that the council is capable of doing, but if it's not going to give a big bang for the buck, then maybe we should be prioritizing other aspects of this work plan. So, when I've read this, I've seen that, it's kind of broken down into non-regulatory measures versus other measures. But I think that in moving forward with this, that it will be helpful to get input from the SSC as to what kinds of things are going to move the ball the most, given the limitations that the council has in terms of staff and personnel and time to deal with all of the management issues that you have to deal with. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both for your testimony. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Picking up on that last question, Mr. Woodley, when you say seeking the presumably crab plant team and SSC input on what will move the ball the most, do you mean in terms of conservation for the snow crab stock? Because then you mentioned, staff resources and things like that, and that's more the council process. Just wanted to clarify that recommendation.
Ms. Baker, through the chair. Yeah, it's all in that mix, right? And I think what I was looking at, I guess more specifically, was the specific management things that the council could do. But in terms, I guess going back to conservation measures is my limited understanding of what I read in the documents is so much of this is dependent on the environmental conditions that we're facing right now. I don't know how to how we can address things like that. We take the cards that were dealt as what the environment dishes out, and then it's trying to adjust our management to that. But it's a moving target. So I'm not sure I have a very good answer to your question, Ms. Baker. I apologize. I'd be glad to try again, though.
Ms. Baker, can I add to your question? I think Chris is focusing on the bang for the buck for conservation, these measures, and what will move the ball in terms of rebuilding. And I think the council then has to think about that in the context of other management priorities. For instance, what we do to avoid crab and how much bang for the buck for conservation relative to how that affects our ability to avoid other PSC species, and particularly halibut, under the new limits is really of concern to me, because I think there's a trade-off we've never really had to face is in terms of the binding PSC of a much lower halibut cap.
Any further questions? Ms. Drobnica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. John, you mentioned something that we may be worth looking a little bit closer at regarding fisheries data and the elephant sole fishery in the summer. I'm not sure I fully caught that and wondering if you could expand a little bit more on.
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, I would listen to the testimony of ABSC, and they suggested that we already have information to identify how to do dynamic management with crabs. And I think one of the examples was Opelio in their set of things they discussed. And my point was that I didn't think bycatch data was a good indicator of areas that necessarily would be important to avoid, simply because we're not doing a survey out there. But what I do think is new in thinking about Opelio and the suggestion of dynamic management is that the information from the trawl survey, I think, is informative to a time of year we fish for flatfish, not all of our efforts in the summer, but I don't understand the degree to which Opelio move anyway. But if we're looking for some of this indication of where Opelio are in the summer, the summer survey is an indicator of that. And we could take a look at that in conjunction with where we fish to see if there's any information there we can use to identify priorities for areas to be avoided or where we should be fishing. That's the only new thing I saw here as I'm thinking about this on the fly.
Any further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your testimony here. So my question really is, I think, probably more to Chris. So I'm just looking, I know it's been kind of a topic that just came up, and I know you've had many meetings, of course, with Alaska Fisheries with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, I should say, in the past. And I appreciate but in looking at meeting with the crabbers to try to see what your group can do to mitigate that. And also this idea of communicating some of the things that you're seeing with representatives from the pollock fleet, UCB and APA. Is that anything you'd be, I mean, did you see that as a good idea, or do you see that as problematic somehow? Or it seemed like something that really had some resonance with me, and I thought would be something immediately that could start taking place.
Mr. Down, through the chair, I always think improved communication is, within all the groups is good. I mean, we have not, as Jamie mentioned, and we have not had specific conversations about the things that she was proposing in earlier testimony today. So again, we're always, willing to, speak with the other groups and try to share the information that we've got. A lot of that actually happens, and John, maybe you can fill in on this more at the scientific level, working with like the Bering Sea Research Foundation and the work that Mr. Govan does. And those are, same cast of characters, but under a different venue. And maybe, John, you can talk about some of the work that you've been doing with Scott Goodman on that.
Yeah, we have engaged with the Crab Science Foundation on the idea of how to get better information about the distribution of red king crab in the winter, which is an important management question. We are working on that. We will talk to ABSC about well, as you heard, they didn't have that information, that idea until now. So we can't have already had that conversation. We will, but I want to point out that, again, that the data to the bycatch data we don't necessarily see as a good indicator of areas necessarily that are important to avoid in the sense of the overall distribution of the stock. So we're looking for information that's more systematic, like surveys that we would prioritize as informing things like dynamic management.
Any further questions? Thank you. All right, next up is Mateo Pasadon. And last up will be Scott Goodman.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Great. Hopefully this will be short. Mateo Pasadon on behalf of the city of St. Paul. Yes, the city is very supportive of this work plan and applauds its creators or drafters for taking a comprehensive approach, a 30,000-foot approach, so to speak, of the situation. It kind of reminds me of the effort the council undertook back in late 2015, early 2016, when it developed a halibut framework, for lack of a better term, plan or roadmap, and it identified the various choke points and potential action items, and then at least the idea was to then fan those out to be addressed in separate or joint actions, but in the relevant venue. So this is a very positive effort, and in retrospect, it seems like this kind of stuff we should have done collectively after the last rebuilding plan came to an end in 2011. So this is good. We also support the comments made previously by AVSC and CVSFA, but certainly adding Bairdi to this plan makes a lot of sense. And then finally, we'd like to note that these are the fisheries, at least the snow crab and red king crab, that are subject of the Section 312 commercial fishery failure request that's still pending with Commerce for the 2021, 22, and then the 2022, 2023 seasons. And to the extent that there are research components in this work plan that need funding, we look forward to working with ADF&G to supporting those research components in a future spend plan, whether it's habitats or identifying life stages, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, again, thank you. We're very supportive of this.
Thank you, Mr. Pasadon. Any questions? Okay. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Pasadon. I'm still thinking through one of your final points regarding, I'm pretty sure you were talking about the request for disaster relief funding there, and reminding us that there's potentially a research connection with that, or research use with that funding. I'm wondering if you could just, you may have said everything you can about it, but I'm wondering if you could maybe just dive a little bit deeper into exactly what that would look like and exactly what the council's role in helping define that is. I may be asking that just because of my relative lack of familiarity with that process.
Sure, I will try, Mr. Dwight. I will obviously defer to the scientists. I understand that this will be this hot potato, so to speak, will be sent over to the CPT and the SSC, and they will obviously have a big role, and perhaps AF, Alaska Fisheries Science Center, will have a big role in identifying those areas that need research or additional research in a, as we all recognize, a very fluid situation with ranges, with habitats, given climate change. But clearly there's a need for better science to the extent that we can get that. And there's also limitations on various agencies, both federal and state budgets, but to the extent that there's some funding that may become available, maybe even as this lame duck, which ends next Friday, you know, we can know what those research areas are that are not funded. You know, again, when that happens, I'm getting ahead of myself and I'm getting ahead of where we're at in the process. But when that happens, we look forward to working with the state and other stakeholders to support a spend plan that addresses those research needs.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Pasladan. And it seems to me that your answer then speaks to the value of this as a truly comprehensive document, not just the crab issues that are directly under council purview. The follow-up question I have is certainly one of the things that I think has been concerning a lot of us is the impacts of these closures and the impact of this huge loss of revenue potentially is to the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, as well as, you know, our concerns about ongoing allocation of state and federal funds to research. And maybe this is a question as much for the next testifier as for you, but at least again, from your understanding of the allowable uses of disaster funding, does that reach as far as potentially making up for some of the expected loss of capacity at the research foundation due to these closures?
I'm afraid, Mr. Twite, I will, that's beyond my pay grade, so I will have to defer to the next testifier on that matter. Sorry.
Thanks. I thought you knew everything.
Further questions for Mr. Pasladan? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Last up is Scott Goodman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Great, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and the council, for an opportunity to speak here. I don't have prepared comments here, so I could take that first quick question right off the bat. So for the record, I'm Scott Goodman, Executive Director to the BSFRF, that's Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, or the Crab Foundation, as it's referred to commonly. The Crab Foundation does have a planned piece of potential research funding that would come from disaster relief funds in response to Mr. Twite's question about that. So we've had a role there in some of those considerations, and we would hope that as that becomes a reality, that there will be some support to continue with some of the research support and funding shortages that are going to be a reality for our group as we go forward. So I wanted to speak about this plan. I would say I strongly support it. I think it's a great effort. It builds on a number of efforts that are drawing more attention to the issues facing crab right now. I would say that the state managers did an excellent job during their ADFMG tax setting presentation, descriptions of highlighting a number of pieces that are already connected in here, but basically just noting for everybody, and just as a reminder to the council, that ADFMG did prioritize a number of these measures in their explanations about their decisions for this year, both for Bristol Bay red king crab and for snow crab. I think this document, just quickly in listening to the other testifiers here this morning too, this document is good. It could be better with understanding it in its perspective. These are all issues and pieces of information that are driven by the issues at hand, and how does research and how do steps basically point towards reducing impacts on crab. So in that regard, most of this is about bycatch management or related issues. I would like to say that the only thing I see here that's a tractable piece missing potentially at this point, I think under the second, I would say that the references to the October SSC suggestions, there may be a missing one there that could note. I believe in October, the SSC recommended the formation of a work group on unobserved fishing mortality to try and understand the scale and magnitude in a better, more organized way, and to really get to a working, improved way of addressing that within the assessments. That's not mentioned here. I see that would be an important addition potentially. And to that end, the Crab Foundation, at the direction of its board, did do some work to try and help with that. And we spoke with council staff in a pretty cautious way. It didn't make it into the light probably as much as it could have, but we would see that if there's an opportunity for us to be a part of a work group, then I think that would be a very important piece. I wanted to mention that to the council. I drew some attention to that, to the SSC in my comments and a couple of emails recently also, but I think that's important. In addition to other pieces here that would come up, I would see that, these very specific items sitting within the larger sphere of all the different things that are going on to try and understand crab reality better, like why recruitment failures are occurring and why there's concerns about how temperature and density dependence appear to be driving things. But there's a lot of other things that are not listed or not part of this document because of the specificity about reducing impacts. But I think some further understanding and input about that in a little bit of an improved, organized way would really help this plan. I see this plan would be greatly improved by getting some highlighted time at the CPT and SSC as it goes forward. I think in closing, the Crab Foundation, I think we want to be playing an important role here as much as we can. We know that these issues right now are going to be sensitive in the next several years, likely. And I think that there's an objective role that's pretty important that we can play here, and that we can continue to do a number of the things that we are doing right now, but work through the strategy part about some reduced funding, which we hope we have pieces that are going to become a reality there. But in quick summary, I would say this document as sort of a starting point is a reviewable draft crab work plan is great. I think adding some pieces in here and giving some perspective on it, and maybe giving a little bit of a additional organizational component to it would help. So that's all I have. I could take questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman, for your testimony this morning. Are there questions? Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Goodman, thank you so much for your answer to my question. In hearing your answer, it seemed to me to be fairly clear that there was still going to be some loss of capacity at the foundation, even with that funding. And I'm wondering does the council have any kind of role at all in helping direct disaster relief funding along those lines? Or is our primary value just through our current research priorities document as well as this, and just continuing to demonstrate at least the council values regarding needed research through both those documents?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dwight, for the question. I think I know some of an answer there. I would say my understanding on the council's role here is that in general, as a networking assistance to bring forward other opportunities that are not part of the known existing way things work. The Crab Foundation draws its funding resources most directly from crab revenues when landings are made and then the processors match. They voluntarily contribute funds directly to the Crab Foundation. And absent the two largest revenue sourced stocks here in the context of shelf stocks, that is a pretty big shortfall. Crab Foundation has a strategic reserve, but given the immediate outlook, that reserve will not last, I would say, beyond another year and a half, unless there is an additional built-in and new part of our strategy. We are not sitting on our hands. We have a few things that are in the works here in the context of helping, but I think in terms of what the council may play a role in would be to continue to highlight the importance of having an industry stakeholder research nonprofit group that adds into the capacity to help with understanding crab. I think more of that is always helpful, but in light of reductions in research revenues, to be sharing and having open eyes, open ears about options for us. Of course, that's included in and part of our collaborative work, because we know that the agency and the department are facing some of these same issues related to what's going on with crab right now too. The second part of your question, I think, is an important one. The big, and it speaks back to the just quick note on perspective about what all the different parts of crab research and management are trying to accomplish right now. It's bigger than bycatch management. The ecosystem and temperatures appear to be some of the primary drivers, but there's other fundamental pieces that we're still just extremely short on information. The molting and mating period for these stocks, I mean, we still have basically 6 months periods, our finest level of resolution, and we don't have really any firm idea on the spatial component of that. So in terms of an answer to the second part of your question, the Crab Foundation really does benefit, and hopefully we add back also to the research priorities and the strategic planning that goes on both at the CPT and SSC and Council and NPRB and a couple other places too. But we don't want that role to go away. At this point right now, it's more important than ever to stay strong.
Any further questions for Mr. Goodman? Okay, all right. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment on D2. We're past due for our morning break, which is typically shooting for about 15 minutes. Can go longer if folks think we need a little bit more time to get organized on this. 20. All right, let's aim for 10:45. Come back and see what the council would like to do. Council, please come back to order. All right, thanks for the little bit, the indulgence and a little bit of a longer break. Had some discussions to get through. Let's go ahead and see if what the council would like to do on agenda item D2. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sent a motion to Nicole. I'm hoping that's up, it's up on the screen now. I'm hoping that's posted to our agenda, the e-agenda as well. Looking for a second, on the D2 Crab Conservation Work Plan. The council requests the Crab Plan team add discussion of the following items to their 2023 Crab Plan team schedule and provide feedback on the relative prioritization of these issues and their ability to improve stock condition. Consider the efficacy of an ability to identify areas static and or dynamic for ground fishery closures to protect snow crab and suggest areas that could bring meaningful savings. Second bullet point, align crab PSC limit boundaries with the crab stock management area for snow crab. Third bullet point, remove or revise trawl crab PSC limit floors for Bristol Bay red king crab and eastern Bering Sea snow crab. Fourth bullet point, update trawl crab PSC limits based on status of crab stocks. Final bullet point, establish non-trawl crab PSC limits. In addition, the council approves the SSC recommendation to form a working group to develop a framework for how to estimate the magnitude of unobserved mortality for crab stocks and how these estimations may be utilized in Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab stock assessments. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Right, seconded by Mr. Jensen, and I would note that this has been posted to our e-agenda. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the second. In considering this motion, I had considered the options of having the council do a discussion paper or bringing some of these things directly to analysis. But upon further consideration and discussion with other council members, there's certain things that we have that should go through the crab plan team, and they should suggest that stuff, that those items in the 5 bullet points, their thoughts and considerations and discussions on that to the SSC, and then we'll get the feedback from the SSC, and so that's how I had proceeded here. On the 5 bullet points that we'll be asking the crab plan team to discuss and provide feedback to in their 2023 crab plan team schedule, the most important thing really on this is looking at kind of 3 items that we've discussed here that were in the work plan, really these 3 items of the harvest strategy, the bycatch control, and habitat protections. Really the habitat protections is the one that I think was the most meaningful. I put that at the top of the list intentionally. I think that having looked at this small signal that we have of recruits, that is the hope for it's the only hope we really have for the snow crab fishery as we look at the most recent surveys. I think that if there's anything that can be done or looked at those areas that can help to protect that, whether we have static or dynamic closures, we're going to ask that the crab plan team comment on that. On the PSC boundaries with the crab stock management area for snow crab, I think that's something that I don't know that has will have an effect, really moving the boundaries, but I think it's something that's been asked for a number of times, and we'll ask the crab plan team to comment on that. And on that item, as I'd said, I'm not sure that the PSC limit boundaries are gonna do much as far as protections and rebuilding the crab stock, but it is something that we probably eventually are gonna need to address. On the next bullet point, to revise the crab trawl PSC limit floors, I think I commented on that in the previous bullet point, but this is similar. idea there and update the trawl crab PSC limits based on the status of the crab stocks. I think we'd be interested in looking at that as well. And so that when I looked at the overall number of items that came out of the AP and that were in the work plan provided to us from the state of Alaska, I think that that item was one that rose to the level where I thought it should be included in this motion. And then the final motion to establish non-trawl crab PSC limits. We've heard a number of people point out that it's not only the trawl that has a PSC issue, but also the non-trawl groups as well. So to the extent that the crab plant team would want to comment on that, we would request that they do. And then on finally, the formation of the work group, we would, the council would approve that in this motion to form a working group on the unobserved, to look at the estimates magnitude of unobserved mortality. And more importantly, how would we form those estimates, and when and how would those be incorporated into the stock assessment models? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Are there any questions on Mr. Down's motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I appreciate the thought that you put into this and discussing with other council members. My question is about the approval of the SSC recommendation to form a working group. And I'm sorry, I just don't remember the conversation the SSC had. I believe that that was at the October meeting. Does a working group mean a subgroup of the SSC? Maybe this is a better question for staff, but I guess I just wondering if we could get a little more clarity on what the working group, who is on the working group.
Mr. Down.
Thank you for that. I think that's a great question. I think the answer to that is yes, it would be a subgroup of the SSC, but I think we'd look to the crab plan team also for suggestions on that. And I'd be open to discussions at that time on how we, who should be on the work group. I'm thinking also of people like maybe Scott Goodman, for instance, somebody from industry that represents the scientists that represents the industry and knows that has done a lot of work on unobserved mortality. But so that's the idea. But primarily, I think we'd get that from the crab plan team, and it would be the subgroup of the SSC.
Mr. Witherell.
Mr. Chairman, typically a work group involves members of staff from the different agencies, and it allows people to get together and work through some scientific topics without it being a big open public meeting that, we have to send out an FR notice and all that. It's just a interagency work group to work through some scientific matters. And if that's the intent, certainly our staff could be in contact with folks on the crab plan team and the SSC to figure out who the best people are to get together and discuss this topic, unobserved mortality. But I think once you bring in someone from outside the agencies, then it becomes a public meeting, and it's no longer really a work group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. With that clarification, then I would like to say that the intention of this motion would be in alignment with the methods that Mr. Witherall just outlined. So thank you for that clarification.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Down, thanks for the motion. The motion itself is sort of silent on the larger issue of, is this a useful tool? Do we as the council want to adopt it? And if so, what would we like to do next? And I'm wondering if that's because at this point, just sort of the verbal nods that the council's been giving it over the table is enough in your judgment, and we don't need to do anything formal there, but rather begin to essentially implicitly adopt it. Is that essentially where you're going? And do you have any thoughts on what the next steps for the work plan should be in addition to these, which are pretty clear next steps, but don't speak to the whole work plan?
Thank you, Mr. Twite. And I did look through the work plan quite extensively, and I tried to pick out those items that I felt offered the best ability to protect the habitat, and protect overall crab conservation. And certain items on here I think are going to be longer term, maybe on when we get the feedback from the CPT and the SSC, we may decide to look at going forward with PSC limits, for instance. And but we're probably, my thoughts is this is going to help us ferret out those things that have the best ability to actually make a difference. That's the point of this motion. I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Dwight.
Follow up maybe then for Ms. Baker or Ms. Henry, and that's just, would ADF&G find it useful to have some formal council statement of intent regarding the work plan as a whole, or does this provide enough sort of formal response for the agency to know what to do with that work plan next?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. In my mind, this motion is pretty clear about what the council prioritizes out of that work plan. And therefore, in that sense, perhaps the work plan has done its job if we move forward this way. And I suppose we could interpret this as a way to revise the work plan moving forward. And we'd be happy to do that if this is the council's indication of priorities, and use that as a tool perhaps then after we get crab plan team and SSC input to identify, to incorporate any of that information, and perhaps that could come back to the council to help with decision making. It's difficult to lay that out right now. And so I'm grappling with your question a little bit, and I understand perhaps why Mr. Down didn't put that in his motion. So I guess circling back to, I think it's difficult for the council to have conclusive direction for that work plan at this point in time. And so this is a clear next step to me that makes sense, I think, in we can be open to revising the work plan accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're just asking questions. I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Down that is that the intent, even though it's not explicitly stated, what's been reflected between Mr. Twite and Ms. Baker's questions, that the idea is that the council will consider revising and adopting the work plan as a result of this advice. Is that something you're thinking, since we haven't yet adopted the work plan through this motion at a future meeting?
Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't thought that through entirely, but my intention here was to take the work plan, to prioritize those items in the work plan that need the direct attention and need comment back from the crab plan team and the SSC, and then we could come back to us. Maybe we make that decision at that point. I see this motion and the work plan is, the work plan currently is a standalone document that is separate from this motion, but this motion is the natural outfall of what was advised to us to look at from the advisory panel and is my attempt to prioritize those items that I think have the biggest bang for the buck out of all of the suggestions that we got from the AP, which went into the work plan, and now we've got this motion before us. And if this motion were to pass, I'm not sure what the utility of that work plan would be going forward from here, but we can make that decision if there's things on there that we didn't pick up when we get advice back. We could certainly do that if we wanted to.
Mr. Down, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. And my other question is, you mentioned in your, in speaking to the motion, how you felt like the first bullet was maybe the most important. And that's, you didn't presuppose prioritization. You're actually asking the CPT to prioritize these issues. The remaining bullets, we've done some council work on, specific work from February 2021, from our October 2022 discussion paper, and is in our rebuilding plan from this meeting. So was your intent to, is staff carrying that load of providing, at least to the crab plan team, what work we've done previously to help support the CPT's prioritization of these issues? Or are there any other statements that council staff could provide to be able to spend in their limited time, sufficient time on bullet number 1? It's a pretty loaded, open question, but every time I attend or listen to a crowd plan team meeting, they have very limited time, and I wonder if further direction on what might be most important for them to focus on is warranted. Did you give some thought to that?
I have given some thought to that, and I may look to Mr. Witherall here a little bit on this, but to the extent that council staff has relevant information that would be helpful to the crab plan team, on these items, I would think that those items should be provided. We're asking the crab plan team specifically to agenda these items on their 2023 crab plan team schedule, and to make room for that in their schedule and time for that at the expense of other things that they would be spending time doing. So I think in that respect, it would be helpful to provide them with as much information as we can to make those decisions, to bring back some good and useful feedback to the council, the SSC and the council.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely see Ms. Kimball's concern with this one. Without further guidance, clearly, if you had a area that was very extensive, it might have a large ability to improve stock condition. And so it would be helpful if you describe some of the boundaries on that. How big of scope are we talking about? Or you could leave it to staff and we could perhaps provide some background information to bring to the crab plan team relative to that bullet. It's going to take a little bit of thinking about how to best frame this for the discussion at the crab plan team.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. I'm not sure if you were looking for further feedback on that, but my thoughts on that would be the latter. And so I think to the extent that and to the ability with the time that they have to provide information would be the intended route. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for your motion. I guess further looking at bullet 1, and then I think it was bullet 3. In the work plan on that first bullet, the October 22 council review of static and dynamic closure area options for BBR suggests limited information, yada, yada, yada. And constrains our ability to evaluate the effectiveness of current closure areas and predict the effectiveness of new areas. And then with the bullet on aligning management boundaries, the work plan has from our April 2022 council review suggests there would be limited impacts on crab stocks, but alignment of boundaries could improve transparency. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, is there new information since those documents were prepared for us that you think would be available to the crab plan team? Or are you just asking them to look back at what we've already reviewed and determine wasn't gonna get you where you're looking to go with this motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. My intention here would be we both. I certainly don't want to preclude or any new information that the crab plan team may have. Certainly, they will look at the information that we already have, and if there's anything new, they would advise us on that. But so I hope that answers your question. I think it would be both of those things that you identified, both the information that exists currently and any new information that comes before them.
So I heard that to be, you're not aware of any new information, so they'd just be looking at what we've already determined.
I'm currently not aware of any new information. Thank you.
Further questions on Mr. Downs' motion? Any amendments? Ms. Vanderhoeven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the last paragraph about the work group, just a simple amendment to delete working group and change that to workshop.
Okay. So that would now read, the council approves the SSC recommendation to form a workshop to develop a framework. Is that correct?
Yeah, we may need to modify that a little bit now that I'm looking at it. That's trying to do it on the fly since they recommended a work group, not a workshop. And so I'll need the language back up, but my intention is to make that a workshop rather than a work group. And if there is a second, I can speak to that.
Is there a second? Mr.
Second.
Twite. Okay, seconded by Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the second. I think there's expertise, particularly with trawl gear, that's not necessarily available within the SSC to bring in outside experts to be able to have a better understanding of how the gear actually works, to help maybe get to some estimates of bottom contact and unobserved mortality as a result.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Vanderhoeven, I did second, mostly just for the discussion. Don't you need to start though with a working group? I mean, you can't just do a workshop out of nowhere. And I think I see your point that you're concerned that it looks like we're not just starting with a working group, we're going to end with a working group. And I think that would be problematic, but don't you need to just, but workshop might not be the right thing after the working group has kind of developed the nucleus. So I'm a little worried that it's too prescriptive right now about how we might actually, I mean, we might just deal with it through the regular plan team process too. So I completely agree with you that before we actually develop and adopt a framework and determine how the estimates are going to be utilized, that has to be done through a public process that engages broad range of industry. I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the wording as you are, but I'm not sure I would want to just specify that it's going to be a workshop. And I think it is important to say that we need staff to develop that out through a working group approach. So, sorry, there was a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. I see your point. And so maybe we're having enough discussion to clarify the intent that it's not going to stop at just a work group, which is my concern. So maybe if Mr. Down can can clarify or confirm his intention if this would stop at the work group or continue beyond that potentially.
Mr. Down.
Yeah, I would defer back to Mr. Witherall's description of what a work group is earlier, and that's my intention here. My intention was not to have a workshop, which I think would be kind of a one-time thing, although I'm not opposed to a workshop, and I would support another motion if somebody wanted to have the council support a workshop. I think bringing industry people together with expertise in this stuff would be fine, but for this motion, my intention was along the lines of what Mr. Witherall had described as a workshop or a work group.
Mr. Witherall.
Mr. Chairman, in thinking this through a little bit, if we have a working group, that working group is going to prepare some kind of findings or results on how to do this. And I would presume that the report of that work group would go through the plan teams and the SSC so that you get some peer review of that concept. And then it could be aired through the council process, obviously. And if there are uncertainties about different or concerns about how that's estimated for different gear types, then at that point, the council could say, we need to have more public input on this and hold a workshop. I guess in my mind, that's how it might, the process might best.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Witherall. I think with the discussion and that clarification with the concurrence of my second, I would withdraw my amendment.
Second concurs.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven and Mr. Twite. The amendment's been withdrawn. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Okay, further amendments to the motion. Okay, any comments on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I appreciated all of the conversation today and appreciate the council's guidance on identifying a path forward for this. I fully support the items that you've identified on this list, and as we heard in the presentation of the work plan, I think there will be a great deal of benefit asking the CRAB plan team identifying issues and asking for input in as focused a manner as we're able to do right now, and really home in on those potential management actions that we've identified as priorities this time, and asking for their input from a scientific perspective. And I also appreciate the approval of the recommendation to form a work group. I think that is something I do remember the SSC recommending at the last meeting. And I know that unobserved mortality has been an important topic of conversation throughout this council. And it obviously was important enough for the SSC to highlight, and setting aside some time for a subgroup of the SSC to do that seems seems like a very good idea. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I'll be supporting it. And as I look at it, just to re-emphasize my previous comments, I think there'll be some, I can't think of a better word, there's some burden on council staff for the bullets that you've included, for which we've already done some previous work, because I am so most interested in the top bullet where we do not have work to go, to refer to, and people are most interested in whether this is an approach that might work for snow crab, specifically in dynamic closures, that might bring meaningful savings or protection for snow crab and snow crab habitat. So I'm very interested in all of these, the top bullet especially, where we don't have work to go on, that we really need if we want to make progress on that quickly. So those are my personal opinions on what's in the bulleted list. And I hope council staff is up to the task to just try to summarize our previous work so we can spend adequate time on each bullet. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further comments, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll associate myself with the remarks of Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball. I am interested in some further development of the overall work plan. It's pretty clear to me the council's not really ready yet to just adopt that as a council document that would be a living document, but I certainly benefit as one council member from being able to see how all the moving parts are working together or not working together on an issue that's as complex as the issue that we have in front of us. I think these kinds of comprehensive plans do, these sort of comprehensive work plans do really lend themselves more to the kind of, we've heard the call to make sure that our response is an ecosystem-based response. And I think having a comprehensive plan helps. It also helps me see how work that the agency is doing is contributing. It helps me see whether or not there's a role for the Joint Protocol Committee at some point as we move forward. And I would hope that it would also help me see how the findings from the Governor's Bycatch Task Force could feed into this as well, because the Governor's Bycatch Task Force had some, I thought, pretty constructive things to say regarding management of crab bycatch. And so I guess I'm just a bit of a placeholder for some in-between meeting phone conversations with you, Ms. Baker, about some next steps. And I would hope the council would see this again at a meeting fairly soon. And I would hope ultimately that this is a document and an approach that the council would take some formal ownership for in partnership with the state.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Mr. Twite's comments and mentioning the Bycatch Task Force recommendations as well as Joint Protocol Committee. I think we've heard some concern and frustration with management being both federal and state. And I think we can use the Joint Protocol Committee to help exchange information on what each body is doing. We know that we have issues with discards in the directed fishery. There's been a lot of question about the harvest control rules and that kind of thing. And so I think having an open dialogue there would be helpful in the long run. I do question the utility of some of the bullets in the motion, but I will support the motion in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I also neglected to mention that I was getting worried that Mr. Jensen might have too much free time on his hands.
Further comments on the motion? Okay. Ready to vote? Is there any opposition? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, anything further on D2? All right. With that, we will move into our next agenda item. Let's C3, the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, Nicole Watson, council staff. The council is considering action to amend the fishery management plan for the salmon fisheries in the EEZ off Alaska to manage the salmon fisheries that occur in federal waters of Cook Inlet. The initial review draft prepared for this action is posted to the agenda and describes and analyzes the impacts of the 4 management alternatives under consideration by the council. The council passed a motion at its October 2022 meeting to develop an analysis for a new amendment to the salmon FMP for initial review at this meeting. The council requested staff update the previous review draft considered by the council in December of 2020 to reflect recent events and identify possible variations on the alternatives analyzed to meet the purpose and need. In response to both the 2016 Ninth Circuit Court ruling and the 2022 summary judgment opinion of the Alaska District Court, the council is considering new management measures and modified alternatives that comply with MSA requirements for the Cook Inlet salmon fishery in the EEZ. At this meeting, the council will review the analysis and determine whether any adjustment is required to the alternatives under consideration. This amendment is being considered under an accelerated timeline to be responsible to the district court. Your presenters will be Doug Duncan, Marcus Hartley, and Mike Downs. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. And thank you to Nicole for that introduction. For the record, my name is Doug Duncan and I'm staff with National Marine Fisheries Service. And today we'll be walking you through the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP Amendment action. So right now we are at the initial review stage with action before us to amend the salmon FMP and federal regulations to include the Upper Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery under federal management. Provided a figure showing the Kenai Peninsula and then the action area in question. Also included on this agenda item are the action memo, of course, that Nicole just walked through, the analytical document, and I believe that there have been 8 public comments submitted on this. So as many of you will recall, this action has been before the council before, so begin with a brief walkthrough, looking at a bit about the history of the action, and then updates since the most recent changes in litigation. Under Amendment 12, the salmon fisheries occurring in the Cook Inlet EEZ were excluded from management under the Alaska Salmon FMP, and thereby deferring management to the state of Alaska. This arrangement was challenged by a lawsuit brought by stakeholders in UCEDA et al. V. NIMS. And the ultimate ruling from that, which reached the Ninth Circuit Court, held that the Cook Inlet EEZ must be included in a federal fishery management plan. So this was something that the council worked on from 2017 to 2020, various iterations of discussion paper, of course, initial review, and then ultimately culminating in a recommendation at final action to close the Cook Inlet EEZ to commercial salmon fishing. And this recommendation was made in December 2020. So after the council made its recommendation, NIMS then implemented this is Amendment 14 to the Alaska Salmon FMP, which closed the Cook Inlet EEZ to commercial salmon fishing. Shortly after implementation, Amendment 14 was challenged in court by stakeholders, again, UCEDA, as well as one other group. And after briefing, this was vacated by the implementing regulations for Amendment 14 were vacated in federal district court in June of 2022. The primary holdings of the court were that the closure implemented by Amendment 14 was inconsistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, as it relied exclusively on state management measures to achieve FMP goals with no corresponding federal management measures available to achieve optimum yield, or OY. In addition to this, the court ruling also held that the FMP amendment should have also included the recreational fishery that occurs in the federal waters of Cook Inlet. Between the drift gillnet commercial salmon fishing that occurs in the federal waters of Cook Inlet and the recreational salmon fishery that also occurs there, those are the 2 salmon fisheries that occur in the area. So as a result of the court's ruling, a new FMP amendment now must be prepared that meets the Ninth Circuit's decision, as well as the additional guidance that we received from the district court in regards to closure of the area being inconsistent with the MSA. As of November 28th, which was after the analysis for this action was posted to the council's agenda, there was a remedy order that was received from the court. And this set a May 1st, 2024 deadline for NIMS to have this new FMP amendment implemented. In addition to NIMS providing the court status reports every 45 days on the progress on the FM development of this amendment.
Mr. Duncan, Ms. Baker's got a question.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. My question is about the bullet related to the inconsistency of Amendment 14 with respect to the Magnuson Act. Is it the agency's interpretation of the court order that the closure itself was inconsistent with the Magnuson Act? Or what was it about Amendment 14 if it wasn't just the closure that was inconsistent with the MSA?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The closure was problematic because that had the effect of implicitly deferring management of the Cook Inlet salmon fishery to the state of Alaska and did not provide any other federal management measures to achieve optimum yield for the fishery. I guess I would also look to Councilor Fortenberry to see if there's any additional comments or characterizations that he'd like to provide.
Councilor.
Sure, through the chair, Ms. Baker. As everyone here is aware, every court decision is very fact and record dependent. So the court didn't make any pronouncements about the agency's legal authority to close a fishing area generally under the MSA. But just one maybe relevant quote from the court. It says that the record for this action clearly establishes that alternative 4 was crafted as a thinly veiled attempt to ensure an absence of federal management, which per that court, continuing that quote, that court found conflicts with the Ninth Circuit's holding UC to 1. So per the court, it felt that for this action, the particular closure at issue impermissibly removed federal and council oversight from the fishery.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Ms. Baker's question and then the response get to one of the parts of this I'm having the hardest time understanding. For a long time, I mean, since our first salmon management plans, the bulk of the federal EEZ has been closed to net fishing for salmon, except for the areas we've talked about, as well as the areas in Southeast under treaty jurisdiction, and that's primarily hook and line fishing, but which I think we all have always understood as a sort of implicit recognition that salmon management's better done closer to the rivers by the state. And so that's where I keep struggling. And I'm not at all challenging what you just read. I'm trying to understand how it is that a several decade old decision that I think is the right decision is okay. This particular decision isn't okay. And that, because they both seem to me to represent exactly the same thing from a layman's perspective, not a legal perspective. And so if you could help me a little bit with that, I'd appreciate it.
Counselor. Mr. Duncan.
Oh, through the chair, I can, I guess, give it a stab, and Mr. Fortenberry can add anything that I omit. I think a fundamental difference between the Cook Inlet area and the rest of the West area is that historically there has been no commercial fishing that has occurred anywhere in the West area. So there has not been a fishery in federal waters there. Whereas since at least back to 1954, there has been the federal fishery occurring in the federal, or sorry, a fishery occurring in the federal waters of Cook Inlet.
Counselor.
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Troy, if it helps just for context, as the salmon FMP describes, the historic closure of most of the west area was initially implemented through the treaty regime we were all under in the 50s moving forward. So under that international agreement, no commercial fishing was allowed, but it exempted 3 traditional net fishing areas from the treaty regime. So commercial fishing was established and allowed to continue in those areas. So that has historically made them a little bit different. As I indicated to Ms. Baker, every decision challenged in a court is always going to be record based. So the question is, can we develop a record that closes an area that's historically been open versus, can someone challenge an area that's always been closed for remaining closed? And the only thing I'd point out is, as folks are also aware, there's these statutes of limitations for actions taken under the MSA. No one has challenged any of the other closures. This closure was challenged. And so this is the one we're dealing with. And we kind of have to react to the court moving forward.
Right, any further questions before we move on? All right, Mr. Duncan.
Certainly. So continuing on, I think where I ended, we had the court has established a May 1st, 2024 deadline to implement this amendment. And in order to meet this schedule, this would require the council to take final action on this item by April of 2023 to give NIMS the necessary time to fully implement the amendment prior to the court's deadline. So at this meeting, like Nicole had talked through in her action memo, the action will be reviewing the analysis and the proposed revisions or possible variations that the council had requested that staff make to the alternatives to address the court ruling. Then the council will have of course, the choice to adopt those or make any other adjustments to the alternatives that they deem necessary. And the council may, if they choose to, but are not required to, could identify a preliminary preferred alternative for the action. And I guess one of the things that I will note specific to this process, given the short time between the council requesting this analysis in October and December, the updates to the analysis were not fully completed between then and now. So what is adopted by the council will be analyzed for SSC review, likely in April of 2023, prior to taking final action. But moving on to the purpose and need, this is largely consistent with what the council looked at for their first go around in developing this action, but with the addition of acknowledging the Alaska District Court's more recent decision after Amendment 14. But I think it might be useful to step back just very briefly and look at what is ultimately guiding, or I guess fundamentally guiding this purpose and need in action, which is what the Ninth Circuit's decision, which I've excerpted some relevant quotes here, indicating that the court stated that the North Pacific Council has jurisdiction over the federal waters of Cook Inlet. And in their holding in the case, they held that a council is required to develop FMPs for fisheries within its jurisdiction, requiring management. And then essentially restating that just to indicate that this action is intended to be focused on fisheries that are within the council's jurisdiction. Moving on to the alternatives that have been identified. These are, I guess, big picture, consistent with what the council has seen before. So give a high level summary here, and then we'll do a detailed walkthrough as one of the next steps to the presentation. We have, as with any council action as required under NEPA, a no action alternative. Clearly, this isn't viable given the court's decision and has also not been modified since the council last reviewed this document. Alternative 2 would be federal management of the EEZ with specific management measures delegated to the state. So this would be an arrangement similar to I guess this salmon FMP's management in the east area, as well as the crab and scallop FMPs, where the council delegates management authority to the state to carry out those fisheries, with, of course, federal oversight and process. Finally, then next there's alternative 3, which would be the direct federal management. So this would be a separately managed fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ, directly managed by the council and NIMS, without any delegation of management authority to the state. And then finally, alternative 4, which was the council's previous recommendation, was the closure of the area to commercial fishing as a proactive management choice. And as we discussed, as a result of the district court indicated that this was not a viable alternative, and analysts and staff were not able to identify a way that it could be made viable even with modifications. So it has not been modified, but is retained in the analysis for analytical comparison.
Mr. Duncan, Ms. Baker's got a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duncan. My question is relative to your comments about alternative 4. And I just wondered, thank you for proactively answering the question. If you did consider variations or ways that alternative 4 could be modified, and can you maybe just give me a little insight into that exercise and why you ultimately came to the conclusion that there was no way that alternative 4 could be modified to be a viable alternative?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I guess there are probably 2 elements to this. I think the first one is just as Mr. Fortenberry indicated, it's that the court's holding did not seem to leave room for the closure as an acceptable management solution. And then if you, number 2, looking at the additional provisions that I guess would be either needed to delegate management authority to the state of Alaska in a way that is consistent with the MSA, or separately specify federal management measures for the area in a way that's consistent with the MSA, you essentially end up with alternatives 2 and 3, with all the additional measures required to, say, determine the status of stocks, and then also have management options other than closure that would be required to achieve OY.
Okay. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I had Ms. Baker's question as well. I guess in a way, though, I have 2 follow-ups. I interpreted, maybe incorrectly, Mr. Duncan, but I interpreted your comments to mean that, at least imply that alternative 2 or 3 could never, well, alternative 3 in particular could not result in a closure. That you felt that the judge essentially ruled out a federal closure of those waters as an option in your interpretation. That's what I heard. So maybe if you could explain to me when, in your judgment, a federal closure of those waters would be appropriate, that might be helpful.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, certainly I think that's a good question, and probably one that I should elaborate on. I think that as a matter of course, the option for a closure under both alternative 2 and 3 must be maintained in light of conservation and management needs. So NIMS needs to be able to, it's our overwhelming mandate to have to prevent overfishing in these stocks. So certainly a closure directed by any conservation and management is contemplated, and it needs to be an option, or is a possible outcome of alternatives 2 and 3. I think where alternative 4 perhaps differs is that regardless of the the conservation and management conditions and without assessing, say, the harvestable surplus, or if there is a harvestable surplus in the EEZ or the possibility of a fishery, not assessing those things and applying a blanket closure regardless, I think is my understanding where it runs afoul of the court's direction.
Thanks, Mr. Duncan. So as I've tried to think my way through that sum, one of the things I keep coming back to is, for instance, how we adjust the federal TAC for Pacific cod based on expected removals in state waters. Conceivably, if the Board of Fish in managing peacock essentially reserved enough harvest of peacock for state waters to leave nothing in for federal waters, then the agency would close the federal waters. Is that correct? For peacock?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Twite, that is correct.
Okay. So what's different here? It's pretty clear that the state managed fisheries for salmon in the Cook Inlet area, including the tributary fisheries in the rivers, have more than enough capacity to harvest all the salmon. And the state has the ability, has the management tools necessary to do that in a manner that's responsive to in-season information. Their state's management tools are much more sophisticated and flexible than federal. Given those two scenarios, I get that the judge didn't like the argument, but I'm still struggling with why we feel like alternative 4 is simply not viable. If we already have some level of precedent with Pacific cod for taking state harvest off the top.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So I just want to acknowledge that the scenario that you contemplate is described in the analysis under alternative 3, where one of the conditions for NIMS to open a federally managed fishery in the EEZ is that there would be a projected harvestable surplus in order to do that. That is something that would be under alternative 3 evaluated in each year to determine whether or not a federal fishery could or would occur, or whether the area would be closed. I think that the difference in my understanding is that the option to have that fishery under alternative 3, as well as the federal process to determine the status of stocks and evaluate the fishery in terms of whether or not it's achieving OY, and then provide an optional or an alternative option to closure in the event that those metrics are not being achieved in state waters. In my understanding, that's what makes alternative 3 different than alternative 4, because it doesn't rely entirely on, it doesn't entirely defer the federal responsibility to state management.
Counselor.
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Troy, if it's helpful too. One thing I'll point out that the court noted is that the Magnuson Act requires FMPs include a mechanism for establishing annual catch limits. So specifying catch limits every year. So by doing a preemptive, proactive closure and not coming to that every year and looking at the specifications process and then saying, well, we'll look at what the state's taking out and then decide whether the federal fishery can be open. I think the court found that was not meeting what it interpreted as the tenor of the Ninth Circuit decision, which is that if there's a fishery that's historically been open in federal waters, we should come up with a management plan. If pursuant to that plan on an annual basis, at some point we find we can't open the fishery because of total stock numbers, that's one thing. But to close it without ongoing federal oversight or continuing federal determinations about the viability of a fishery, I think that was the main concern that the court had, which is the difference really between alternative 4 and alternative 3, where closures could happen on occasion. I think this council would probably have to consider what actions it would take in a scenario you proposed with Pacific Cod, where the state wanted to take all of it in state waters. I mean, I think, this council obviously has jurisdiction over federal waters only, and you do have to react to what happens in state waters. But I think this court is saying that for the portion under your jurisdiction, the council should think about how it would approach that on an annual basis, as opposed to making a permanent closure and deferring to the state without official delegation.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions before we move on? Mr. Duncan.
Sure, I'll continue on, and I think there'll be another, in the alternative 3 walkthrough, we can discuss some of the things related to that scenario and in consideration of that. Okay, so those are the alternatives before the council. I did want to take a slide to address kind of a lot of the discussion that we had heard in the AP about public input into this process and what some of the recommendations that we had heard through that. So as part of the previous process to develop the Amendment 14, and as part of, I believe, the court's decision, a stakeholder committee was established, the Cook Inlet Salmon Committee, and they worked from 2018 to 2020 to help develop recommendations for management of the Cook Inlet salmon fishery. And they made a final recommendation in May of 2020, provided a reference to where that can be located in the analysis. And in summary, the recommendation that they made was a recommendation for delegated management, but with a fundamentally increased scope that would have extended federal management into both state fresh and marine waters, including authorities to establish escapement goals for state waters. The council did not choose to adopt this alternative because, as we talked previously, this management of state waters is outside of the council and NPFMC's jurisdiction, and as well as being outside of the scope of the action that the council is considering in their purpose and need, and would refer folks for detailed discussion of this to section 2.7 of the analysis on page 123, walks through consideration of this and the committee's recommendation. Okay, so that's the high level start to things. Move on to a more detailed walkthrough of the alternatives, summarizing the key elements, looking at both options that the council that were before the council for consideration when they took final action on this before, as well as the new possible variations on options that staff identified. At a broad level, before going to each of the alternatives specifically, these are the additions that were made by staff. I think these are summarized in the executive summary on pages 7 and 8. I just have them listed here briefly and which alternatives are applicable to. So beginning with alternative 1, this is the no action alternative. This would not amend the FMP and result in continued deferment of management to the state. This is not a viable alternative, so we won't spend any more time talking about it here. Alternative 2 is the delegated management alternative. This delegates specific management authorities in the FMP to the state. It also retains specific federal management responsibilities under the purview of the council and NPFMC. Under alternative 2, there would be an annual or regular council management cycle to adopt the harvest specifications for the fishery. And then much like the crab fishery or the scallop fishery, the state would then carry out in-season management of it under, I guess, what could be considered analogous to their harvest strategy. There is a process for federal oversight and review, as well as an appeals process for consistency with the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And just to be very clear that the alternative 2, delegated management, would only be applicable to the fishery that occurs in the EEZ. This would not create new management responsibilities for state waters or otherwise modify management of the salmon fisheries that occur there. And two other things that I'll note about alternative 3 that make it somewhat unique is that in order for a council to delegate management authority to a state, it requires a 3/4 majority vote of the council rather than just a simple majority vote. And then also the state must accept the delegation of management. NIMS would not implement a delegated management regime if it knew that the state would not carry out the responsibilities delegated to it by the council.
Mr. Twite.
Which, thank you, Mr. Duncan, that leads to, sorry about the series of hypotheticals. If the council decides that alternative 2 is the best alternative and a 3/4 majority vote to adopt it, what happens if after that vote and after the secretary has begun to implement rules, at some point the state formally declares they're not willing to accept it? Where does that leave us? Do we have to go back to the drawing board, or what's the, or are you suggesting that it's unlikely that there'd be, for instance, a federal vote for that without knowing that there was, without knowing with a high degree of confidence that the state was willing to accept it? And I apologize for the hypothetical, but I'm still a little lost in thinking my way through these enmeshing of authorities.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I think it would be the latter. I think we would, and certainly a best case scenario, be hoping for the state to just register those objectives or an objection to that as soon as possible, so that the council could consider that in their decision making. I guess in the event that does emerge later, there's probably some ambiguity on the exact process, but I think that NIMS would work to implement an amendment that would meet the court's deadline or the Ninth Circuit's ruling and the district court's deadline, if at all possible. But that would likely be some form of alternative 3 federal management. I guess pass to Mr. Fortenberry to elaborate.
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, just to help with the process of how that might work. If the council voted to delegate management to the state, and then afterwards the state informed NIMS or the council that it would not carry out the duties of the delegation, likely NIMS would disapprove the council recommendation because we couldn't be assured that the goals of the FMP or the MSA would be accomplished through that proposal. So it would come back to the council. Obviously here we're under a litigation deadline. So if it comes back to the council with not much time, I'm not sure where that would leave you. So again, I agree with Mr. Duncan. It's probably best if those objections were registered before final action.
Mr. Dwight.
To be clear, I wasn't envisioning a situation where the commissioner would either not give us full information or change his mind, but certainly there's the possibility that the state legislature could decide that they wanted to weigh in on it and provide contrary guidance, and that would be a state action. So I just wanted, I'm not trying to add to it. I just wanted to be absolutely clear. I wasn't suggesting in any way that the commissioner wouldn't operate in a straightforward manner in this, but it's, ultimately it's a political decision. Funny things can happen in political decisions that are completely out of the control of the people who have the initial authority for them.
All right, back to you, Mr. Duncan.
Oh, thank you very much. Continuing on. So obviously the feature of delegated management are the management measures that are delegated to the state. We have these listed here. For the most part, these are entirely consistent with what the council had reviewed before. With the addition of delegations of authority to manage the recreational fishery that occurs in the Cook Inlet EEZ, including the establishment of bag limits for that fishery to manage harvest. For the that new delegated management authority, couple things to note there is that under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the bag limits and management of the fishery could not be different for Alaska residents and non-residents. With the addition of the recreational fishery, those removals and projected removals would have to be accounted for in the status determination criteria when evaluating the status of stocks each year. I think we're still working on exactly how best to incorporate that with stock assessment folks, but noting that is something that is in development. And finally, for the recreational fishery, we would also have to establish a standardized bycatch reporting methodology, and which for other or the recreational fishery and other areas off Alaska is made up of Creole surveys, the statewide harvest strategy, and the saltwater charter logbook program. So that's what's proposed here by staff.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duncan, I think I know the answer to this, but it may be helpful to clarify it for the public. So all you're describing here refers specifically to the EEZ, correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Kurland, yes, that is correct. This would not, as with any other element of this action, would not modify what happens in state waters.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Duncan, for your presentation. I have two questions about this particular slide. So by saying this, you're suggesting that there could be different recreational management and bag limits inside the EEZ box than there could be outside the EEZ box that's in state waters, right?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, yes, that is correct.
And then there also could be different bag limits for Alaska residents and non-residents fishing inside the EEZ box than Alaska residents and non-residents fishing in state waters adjacent to the EEZ box.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I believe there could not be differential bag limits for residents and non-residents in the EEZ box, but I don't believe that is precluded within state waters.
And then one last question, if I might. There would also be potentially a different methodology of bycatch reporting or of a different methodology of harvest recording, or you'd have to ask non-resident anglers if they were fishing in the EEZ or outside the EEZ to get their catch reporting on the statewide harvest survey. They would have to have a knowledge of when they were, if they were harvesting fish in or out as well. That's another change that will come as a result of this.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I think those are all really good questions. I think we're seeing as this is a recent addition to the action. We're still working through some of these management and enforcement considerations, but I think you raised some good points.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Duncan.
Okay, so under delegated management, there are still some federal management measures that are retained under the federal process. Obviously, since most of the feature of the delegated management is that the state takes on a lot of the responsibilities. There are relatively few of these, but they include this list of items, which is unchanged from what the council reviewed before. With the main features being the status determination criteria, annual catch limits, and accountability measures.
Mr. Duncan, been doing a little electronic communicating here. So it looks like lunch is ready to roll out once we go ahead and take a break. So I think it's probably a good time to do so. Let's come back. Let's see, what time is it? At 1:15, and we'll continue with the staff presentation. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with our presentation with Mr. Duncan on Cook Inlet Salmon FMP. Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We'll continue where we left off. So we are still on alternative 2, delegated management. We just walked through the management measures delegated to the state of Alaska. And now we will take a look at those that are retained under the federal system, highlighting that the status determination criteria, annual catch limits, and accountability measures are going to be particularly important for our discussion moving forward. And I guess just on that note, here providing a quick summary of the things that really constitute the status determination criteria when overfishing is occurring in a fishery, when a stock is overfished, and then the various limits that the council or that the SSC and or peer review process or the council sets for the annual management cycle for the fishery. And just these are kind of referred to collectively as reference points or harvest specifications. And I know everyone here is very familiar as we work through our groundfish harvest specifications at this meeting. So we'll talk about what that could look like for salmon. Okay, so in the federal management measures, there are a few options that the council may wish to weigh in on for the measures, federal management measures under alternative 2. One of the main needs is monitoring and record keeping and reporting for the fishery to ensure that NMFS has the information it needs to make decisions in a timely manner and to ensure that there's all regulations are complied with. So this is the same as that had been previously proposed. Participants would need to obtain a federal fisheries permit, maintain a federal logbook that included catch of groundfish and catch by area, and then complete their reporting through either fish tickets or e-landings, which most of the fishery already does. The council could also choose to specify additional measures, but staff and the agency have not identified any that would be required, any additional measures that would be required at this point. Another potential decision point is on the retention of groundfish, whether or not the fishery would be required to retain all groundfish, which could help the agency estimate bycatch in the fishery, but may also have implications for harvest of federally managed groundfish species, say if they're on non-retention status, or alternatively, whether or not groundfish retention in the salmon fishery would be prohibited as far for bycatch. Moving on to the alternative, the annual process for determining the status of stocks. So this was the kind of the harvest specification / reference point process that I had referred to a couple slides ago. So this is where we get into one of the possible variations that we identified as an alternative way of doing things compared to what had been previously proposed in the analysis. Prior, we had only had one option for doing this, which would have been the council adopting or standing up a salmon plan team that would compile information for the fishery and then have that reviewed by the SSC prior to setting the harvest specifications. So this should sound familiar as it's exactly what's done for, say, the crab fishery or the scallop fishery uses this approach. We've identified an additional option that the council could choose, and that would be instead of having a specific plan team, it would commission a peer review process to provide the scientific information to manage the fishery with a periodic review by the council's scientific and statistical committee, the SSC. So this stems with the requirements that we have under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. that the council's scientific and statistical committee and or a peer review process evaluates the scientific information used to manage the fishery and set harvest level recommendations each year. So a peer review process is what similar to what is used for management of the salmon fishery in the east area and could leverage existing state processes that they use to do their scientific review of salmon management. So they could do the routine things. And then periodically when there are changes that would affect say the reference points in federal waters, then the SSC could provide an additional review of those changes and the scientific information used to set them to, and this would provide the required federal oversight for this component of the process. And again, just to reiterate, like everything in this action, this portion would only be applicable to the federal reference points used to manage the fishery in the EEZ, not adjacent state water salmon fisheries. So I guess the overall intent here is that what the council and the public have identified that there's a lot of burden associated with this project, with the process, the council annual management cycle for this fishery. So this would maybe be an opportunity to leverage the existing state infrastructure for doing this while still providing a routine federal look at things to be consistent with our legal requirements.
Mr. Duncan, Ms. Kimball has a question.
I do have a question. I'm not out of bounds here, but I just wanted to understand, and this probably applies under alternative 2 and alternative 3, under these, this kind of structure, a peer review process or a review by the SSC. Can you explain, it's an evaluation of the information that's used to manage the fishery. Is it also necessitate some kind of approval of that information, or is it just, here's the best available information, we're using this to manage the EEZ portion of the fishery for which we're responsible? There's a little bit of a difference there in between using available information versus having some approval or modification process to change the way things are done.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I will start with one clarification. So the peer review process, it would only be applicable to alternative 2. That change is not contemplated for alternative 3, just because we wouldn't anticipate having access to, I guess, the state processes to facilitate a purely federal management. I think that as far as what the SSC would look at, I think that is ensuring that the best scientific information available is used to inform the harvest level recommendations that are made by that are made. So say the overfishing limit, the OFL and ABC, and make sure that those limits are set with the best scientific information available.
Follow up, I guess. And then is there like, what if they determined they thought there was other additional information and this didn't represent the best available information or had a different approach to some of that escapement goal setting or any of those other portions that are necessary to manage the fishery? Is there a role there then to do something about that? Or is it just using the state data as it's presented?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that's a good question. I think that it would depend on exactly what the potential issues are. I think in the other fisheries that we manage, SSC review is usually an iterative process that helps develop the information used to manage the fishery over time. So I guess all that's to say, I think it could depend on what the precise situation was. But I guess I will also indicate that every time that the SSC has looked at this before, they've not identified any problems with the state management, the information that the state would be using to establish the the reference points for federal waters.
Counselor?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, for an extra point of clarification. So under the Magnuson Act, the council cannot set annual catch limits that exceed the fishing level recommendations of either a peer review process or the SSC. So this really would be intended to provide the sorts of harvest level recommendations like OFL, ABC you get from the SSC. Wouldn't be like going out and trying to collect a broad swath of information and second guessing what types of information are used to manage the fishery. It would just be providing the council with the scientific advice necessary to set catch limits.
Mr. Duncan?
Okay, so that I think concludes the discussion of that specific element. Now getting into one of the other possible variations that staff identified. Again, this goes back to the feedback that we've received from both the council and public about the burden of this process, the amount of time that it would take, and attempting to be responsive to that. We are looking for ways, other options that we can streamline the annual process to determine the status of stocks and set harvest specifications. Unfortunately, this is still in development. I think there was a lot of really good development that went into the process that was defined, so it's hard to come up with something new. But we are taking a look at the flexibilities that we have under the national standard guidelines to maybe identified the specific things that we're looking at. A multi-year plan to establish harvest specifications. So say that if the reference points don't change except for the catch in any given year, then perhaps annual catch limits could be set for multiple consecutive years. So it would be a more periodic process to review at the council. Similarly, there are flexibilities contemplated for multi-year approaches to evaluating overfishing statuses and alternative approaches to establishing ACLs, as well as the possibility to delegate additional authority to the state to carry out certain parts of the process. But like I said, unfortunately, we had these are still in development, so we don't have a lot of specifics to share at this time.
Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duncan, I understand these are still under development, so apologies for trying to put a point on something that maybe doesn't have a sharp point yet. But the first one, the multi-year plan to establish harvest specs. As I think about that, I can kind of understand how that would work in alternative 3 with entirely federal management. But given that the very essence of state management is annual forecasts of abundance and building fisheries around that, looking at weak stocks, looking at strong stocks and the mix and doing that blending. And then given that that's further refined by in-season updates, I'm trying to figure out how the multi-year plan to establish harvest specs, unless it's strictly programmatic. But I didn't get that out of your comments. It sounded like it was more than just strictly programmatic. So maybe you can give me a little bit more. And again, apologies if I'm asking you to go beyond where staff has been able to go at this point.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, yeah, I think this is, we're looking for ways to, streamline things. We have not come up with a precise prescription yet. And I also think that you're correct. And this is probably most applicable to alternative 3. And it is also proposed as something that we're looking into for that. See if we can streamline this at all.
Thank you.
Mr. Duncan?
Okay, so I just wanted to conclude discussion of alternative 2 with it's a very conceptual basic look of what the annual management cycle would look like with things that are already done by the state and would not change in white. And then the additions from the federal process there in orange. So beginning preseason, the major difference is for the EEZ portion of the fishery, using the forecast, we would set the salmon forecast preseason, we would set overfishing limit, ABC and ACL based on this. Then the fishery would occur, and under alternative 2, that in-season management is conducted by the state. And then coming around postseason, we end up back in the federal process for the EEZ with doing a postseason evaluation of the numbers that we're calculating. So say overfishing determinations or ACL exceedances wouldn't be based on the preseason numbers, but it would be after the season that we would look to see whether based on the actual catch in the fishery and the escapement of salmon, whether or not any of those reference points were exceeded for the federal fishery. And then as a result of that, then the management report or safe report would be for the federal fishery would be generated, and then any needed accountability measures for the Cook and the EEZ could be considered. Okay, so that wraps up alternative 2, and now we will move into alternative 3. This is direct federal management, where it is the council and NIMS managing the fishery that occurs in the Cook and the EEZ. Similar to alternative 2, we have the annual council process, but this time we've not identified any other options other than having a salmon plan team that would prepare the information, the scientific information for the SSC to review, as well as the annual management report. Under alternative 2, we would have to define our management measures and total allowable catch based on a preseason forecast. Given the need to publish proposed and final harvest specifications, and then close when those limits are reached. Also have to set EEZ bag limits for the recreational fishery. And then noting that I think like the discussion that Mr. Twite had, that during this preseason coordination process, when we were looking at what TACs are available, we would have to be responsive to what the projected harvests in state waters were. And so that would be a part of that preseason process where, sorry, our ACLs and TACs were being, our total allowable catch was being set for the coming year. And under alternative 3, it is analyzed with the expectation that an EEZ fishery would occur in each year that's possible, but acknowledging that it could be closed for conservation concerns or management concerns. And that's described, and there's a section of the analysis referenced. And just reiterating that these measures are again only applicable to the fishery in federal waters.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duncan, I've got a pair of questions here. One is, and this is just, I'm not clear on what goes on in federal waters south of the area we're looking at for recreational fisheries, but I'm guessing the areas south of the area that's under consideration right now are also open for recreational fisheries under state regs, but
through the chair, Mr. Twite, I believe that is correct.
So when we see the EEZ bag limit set by the council for recreational fishery, how big an area would that cover?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, this area applies to the upper Cook and the EEZ that had been excluded from this management under the salmon FMP. So this just includes the same area covered by the commercial fishery. So the north of federal waters, north of the anchor point line.
So I'm struggling to understand that relative to, so probably my lack of comprehension still, but given what I thought was the rationale for why federal management of the commercial fishery wouldn't have to occur, we could simply leave the commercial fishery closed south of that line in federal waters. And the rationale for that versus having to manage it. I'm struggling to understand why it's not the same case, but instead of closure, opening for recreational fisheries. So recreational fisheries south of that line would still be based on state management? Is that?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I think that's generally correct. I think with this action, we were trying to be responsive to the court's ruling, which had been specific to the action area that we had previously been defined. But I will perhaps see if Councilor Fortenberry has anything additional to add to that.
Counselor.
Sure, through the chair, Mr. Dwight. So the council's salmon FMP currently in the west area says all commercial salmon fishing is prohibited, and it doesn't address recreational fishing. As this council is aware, and as I think NOAA General Counsel alerted this council following the Ninth Circuit decision, there's some vulnerability for portions of fisheries occurring in federal waters that are not currently included in the FMP. But no one challenged the implementation of the original definition of the West area or the exclusion of the recreational fishery. During the development of Amendment 14, no one mentioned the recreational fishery. It wasn't until this lawsuit that that we basically had to deal with claims that it was unfair to include the commercial fishery and exclude the recreational fishery from Upper Creek Inlet. So right now, we're trying to focus on, in this remand, on just the court's order, which is just this one pocket of federal waters. For that pocket, the court said we can't incorporate those waters into the FMP and regulate commercial fishing without also regulating recreational fishing. If the council wanted to tackle recreational fishing throughout the West area, it could certainly do so. I think we're just suggesting that maybe for this discrete action to deal with this lawsuit, we would focus on Upper Creek Inlet.
Thanks. That's useful. Still on recreational fisheries, but a different aspect of it. One of the values that states tend to have for managing recreational fisheries is just regulatory simplicity, avoiding the number of times when you've got different bag limits in different parts of essentially the same body of water, at least trying to minimize that. Alternative 3, I think there's a very real possibility of that. And I'm not aware of anything in the Magnuson Act that really speaks to that state value around regulatory simplicity as it applies to federal fisheries. But I'm wondering if there is anything there that I'm just not seeing that we might want to be thinking about in this aspect. Because I do see a definite possibility under this one for making the regulatory regulations for that portion of Cook Inlet a lot more complicated.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, I guess I'm not familiar with any specific guidance in the MSA either on that. Though it's certainly the intent and starting point of analysts to be looking at bag limits that are consistent with what the state has, though subject to the evaluation, the federal status determination criteria, also ensuring that there is federal review of those limits and that they are appropriate for the EEZ area, which federal management's being applied to.
Mr. Dwight.
And then, sorry to keep working on this. EEZ harvest reduced if state harvests increase, which certainly is totally consistent. It seems to me one mechanism for that could be a decision by the Board of Fish to rework the management plan for Cook Inlet and allocate additional fish, shift allocations so that there's additional opportunity afforded to, say, in-river recreational and subsistence fisheries, or shifting fish into some of the more shore-based areas just to address some ongoing conservation issues with some of the weaker stocks out in the middle of the inlet. And I'm just trying to figure out how, if the board makes one of those decisions, obviously that would increase harvests in state waters. And what's the sense of how that would then ripple back? Is that essentially sort of the council would be notified through joint protocol committee that the board had taken that choice, and then the council would actually have to take action to amend the fishery management plan to affect that, which is probably a 1 or 2 year delay from the time the board makes a decision to that. Is that am I understanding the mechanism correctly for making sure that we indeed are ensuring that federal harvest and state harvest together don't end up exceeding basic conservation goals?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I do not think it would require a regulatory amendment. As I understand it, this is something that has occurred in the parallel fisheries or some of the GHL Pacific cod fisheries where the board has taken action, and then that amount harvested in state waters, which comes off of the federal TAC, is accounted for in the annual harvest specifications process. So I think in this situation, we would anticipate a similar approach in that preseason harvest specification setting process, where we would account for any management decisions by the Board of Fisheries that changed what was allocated where.
Mr. Twite.
So pretty similar then to the way PCOD works that way, where we essentially get notified that the board's considering it. And then when the board actually takes action, there's usually a joint protocol committee through which we're sort of notified of that. But that our framework is programmatic enough that it simply automatically, through the annual process, as you described, automatically adjusts. I'm understanding you correctly?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's the intent.
And that's the intent, even if the board makes, instead of relatively small or incremental changes, if the board decides to take a totally different approach then to managing Upper Cook Inlet, and then, for instance, remove most marine fisheries entirely and really focus Upper Cook Inlet management almost entirely on freshwater fisheries, that would still be the case?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, believe so, but I would also have to, I think might have to, yeah, I do not see why that would not be the case, even if there are significant changes.
On that point, Counselor?
Yes, just briefly, I guess one point I would just clarify for the council is when the council adopts something, the record is going to assume a certain type of management in both state and federal waters, probably based on our understanding of how it historically has occurred. So, to the extent there's a regime shift, the council might have to consider how it wants to react to that in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Duncan, I think that you're aware that there is a long history of contention between recreational fishermen and drifters in Cook Inlet. It's sort of a historical fish battle, but we haven't never heard anything from the recreational fishermen about this issue as it came before the council. And my understanding was that it's a relatively insignificant harvest that occurs in that box out there. Is there a mechanism if recreational fishermen just would prefer to not fish in that box at all and take their fish outside that box to be excluded from this process? It seems like it's a lot of work that's going to be done here to provide opportunity for a recreational fishery in a relatively small box in the middle of Cook Inlet, when the vast majority of the harvest occurs in state waters adjacent to the box, not in the box. So is there a way to get out of this, or is this a court mandated deal where you're going to have to go through the process of creating a series of regulations to manage this, even though there's no demand to use that area to go recreational fishing?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, That's a good question. I think it would be helpful to hear from the public on that. But as I think contemplated in the analysis, we are assuming that we would still see or expect the historical use of that area to continue, even if it is small overall. But perhaps I missed the thrust of your question.
Just through the chair, Strang, I'm just wondering if, obviously now that this is a matter of public record, we'll probably hear from a number of salmon dependent recreational fishermen when the next iteration of this comes before the council. And I would suspect you'll hear from some groups that represent them that this is really a confusing and perhaps unnecessary thing to have in place for the recreational fishery. Would that help build the record for the agency when they're developing these regulations if there's not a lot of interest in participation in that area, and historically there hasn't been? I'm just thinking about the amount of work this is going to take and how insignificant the harvest is out there. I'm fine if you want to do it, but if there's a way where public testimony and the public may be able to influence the outcome of some of this, that would be good to know.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, I think we always welcome public comment on any element of this, and it would be helpful to hear that perspective, given that this is a new addition to that. Like, given direction from the court, I guess we must also now include the management measures for the recreational fishery in some capacity for this area.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but I suppose even if you did this work, that whatever amount of fish that you set as an allocation to that area would be based, if nothing else, on historic use, which is relatively insignificant. Is that a correct assumption?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesro, yes, I believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Duncan, and it's based on how the Board of Fish operates this whole Cook Inlet area. There's 10 different management plans for this area. It's very complicated, just like the balloon.
Mr. Jensen, can you pull your mic over towards you?
We push on one side and then it bulges out on the other side. And within those management plans, there's 3 tiers of harvest, and the department preseason makes a prediction on what tier it's going to be, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, or over 4. So my question is, when the council or the salmon plan team goes to make their TAC for this area, are they going to base it on the preseason prediction? And if they do, how are they going to adjust for these monumental fluctuations in these runs? Are they going to be able to do it in a timely fashion so the fishermen get a fish on those extra fish that come in, unpredicted fish? Just curious how that might, if the federal management plan could react as quick as the state management plan as far as adjusting for large fluctuation in the run.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen. No, I think one of the documented shortcomings that's talked about throughout alternative 3 is that federal management is a much slower process, requiring publication in the Federal Register of I guess what we think of as in-season management actions. So I think that is an acknowledged shortcoming. And yes, we would be basing those harvest numbers on the preseason forecast. And there is some discussion in the section of the analysis off the top of my head, but there is a process to do in-season adjustments so that total allowable catch can be modified during a season. But in this instance, it's expected that given the short duration of the salmon fishery, it would be unlikely that the total allowable catch could be adjusted upward in time to take advantage of the larger run sizes in federal waters. On the other side, conversely, if the run sizes are below expectations, federal managers would always have the option to close sooner than anticipated, but that would take, I think, up potentially up to 3 days for that closure to take effect, given our requirements under the APA.
Okay, thanks for that. And I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Once the TAC is set and the federal management plan goes into effect out in the EEZ, is there going to be some way they can watch for and keep track of stocks of concerns? We have all sorts of stocks of concerns up above in Susitna, Little Susitna, and the Yentna River, et cetera. Is that going to be part of the salmon plan team's job, is this to say how we're going to manage for those stocks of concerns?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, weak stock management is certainly a major federal concern in this instance. I think the salmon plan team certainly would acknowledge or be aware of those considerations as they're defined by the state, and would also look at the federal status determination criteria to identify when overfishing may be occurring, which would, I guess, would be the federal analog to a weak stock, or even if a stock becomes overfished, and take action based on that. But I guess in that tax setting process, I think the relative strength of stocks is something that could or would be taken into account when establishing catch limits for the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Further questions before we move on? Back to you, Mr. Duncan.
Okay, continuing on. So under alternative 2, there were relatively few options for the council to weigh on specifically, given that most of it was delegated to the state. Under alternative 3, there are kind of more choices for how the fishery could be, the various management measures applicable to the fishery. We have the same question of monitoring, record keeping, and reporting for the commercial fishery, and whether or not there should be full retention of groundfish or no retention of groundfish. So these were all before the council previously, so I will kind of move through these relatively quickly unless there are questions. Again, the commercial fishing season is another one. This is not commercial fishing periods, which we'll get to later. So this is just the overall time when the commercial fishery could occur. So this could be defined consistent with state regulation, or independent federal salmon season could be established. Commercial closed areas could again use the state as a reference, or define other closed areas. For management area, district, sub-district, section, and stat areas, so how the catch in the fishery would be reported. One of the things that was challenging from an analytical perspective is the existing areas that the fishery is managed in do not, they overlap between EEZ and state waters. So for federal management, we need to know when fish are being harvested from federal waters specifically, and that would need to be indicated on the fish tickets. So whether or not we would use existing state stat areas with some kind of EEZ identifier, or whether separate federal salmon stat areas would be defined is another question. Continuing on, there is the legal drift gill net gear configuration. So what constitutes a legal drift gill net would have to be defined in federal regulation, mesh size, length, etc. Again, for just about all these options, what the state of Alaska is doing is kind of put forward as the starting point, and what's been generally assumed in the analysis. For commercial limited entry, it's noted that for even participants in the federal fishery, in order for them to land their harvests in state waters, they would still require a commercial fisheries S03H permit, so the one that's required in the fishery already. To participate in the federal fishery, I think they would just need a freely available federal fisheries permit on top of that. Or certainly there's the option for a federal fisheries permit and a federal limited access program. So those were things that had been before the council when they last reviewed this document. As we did with alternative 2, look at some of the new additions. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, Mr. Duncan. I was still operating a little slowly on the previous slide about limited entry. Given that it seems obvious that the CFEC permit would be required to land fish in Alaska, really then the only reason for a federal limited entry program would be either if somehow the council disagreed with the CFEC in terms of the numbers of permits available for the area, or if we develop sort of a Mr. Big sort of situation where somehow people were catching fish in the EEZ and not landing them in Alaska. Is that correct? There's really no other reason at least from a management and enforcement standpoint, that the council would actually undertake an actual limited entry program.
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, yes, you are correct. Okay, so moving on to some of the new variations added by staff. The first one that we get to is kind of recreational fisheries salmon bag limits, and looking at whether I think the general intent to be consistent with the state, or whether or not some other bag limit might be desired as a starting point for the fishery. And I do want to note that one of the things that's still in development is the management and enforcement considerations for the recreational fishery. So if fish are harvested in the EEZ, it's, I believe, unlikely that they could, an angler couldn't then again go into state waters and harvest an additional limit in state waters. That is, I guess, would not be the intent. And I think, as I understand it, similar to the CFEC limited entry permit, the anglers would be constrained by state limits, bag and possession limits, when landing fish in state waters. And then similar to under alternative 2, another federal requirement is the standardized bycatch reporting methodology. And as proposed for alternative 2, it's suggested that the state's Creel surveys, statewide harvest survey, and saltwater charter logbooks could fulfill these requirements for the recreational fishery under alternative 3. Moving on back to commercial fishing. So there is commercial fishing periods. So the Cook Inlet drift gill net fishery is managed under state management by openers. So I think generally there's 2 12-hour fishery opening periods per week. This is, I think, the approach that would also is proposed under federal management, but there are additional questions of whether or not these open periods for the fishery would be concurrent with the fishery in adjacent state waters, or whether they would be operated on different days to help simplify monitoring and enforcement of the fishery. So it would be obvious which participants were participating in the fishery. One addition to help address concerns about the lack of federal management flexibility would be to fix a commercial fishery season closure date and regulation. So this would, I guess there would be fishing periods scheduled from the opening, and then instead of just leaving the closure as when the total allowable catch is reached. This would fix a closure date of July 15, unless the total allowable catch is reached prior to that. And I think one of the reasons for this is that it is later in the season of the late July and August when more information about salmon escapement goals or about salmon escapement is known. So this is really the dynamic period of the fishery when there's lots of adjustments and open area and additional restrictions or additional opportunity provided that would be difficult to keep up with for federal management under Alternative 3. So this would provide more certainty to participants and other managers about the possible extent of the federal fishery. And then after that date, it would then all commercial salmon fishing and cooking that would transition into state waters.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question from Mr. Duncan. On this fixed commercial fishery season date closure of July 15th, are you taking consideration of the different species and their run timing, or is it just going to be a finite closure on July 15th for the EEZ? Am I understanding that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, yes, you're correct. But I think it is known that the run timing of different species is later, and that would have more adverse impacts on people, say, wanting to fish coho later in the season that would not have the opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Duncan, it's, as I look at these two different options, it seems to me they both have one basic similarity, and that is from the perspective of an individual harvester, or from the perspective of the fleet. Both of them are likely to, because of the need for some amount of responsiveness to conservation, either through the fixed date approach or through the first approach. I mean, either way, if there's a sudden decline in our estimate of abundance, it's either the fishery has been limited enough that it closes anyway just because of the fixed date, or the council will take some form of emergency action in the same way the Pacific Council does to close ocean fisheries for salmon when quotas are reached, right? If they're reached before the projected date, the council would act. And so it's likely to more likely to close than it is to, in either case, open further if the run turns out to be a lot larger than the forecast. Because if I'm tracking this correctly, obviously with the fixed date, it simply doesn't. I mean, whatever happens, happens. But under the first one, the ability to extend based on an increased run size there's a lot less ability for us to do that as the council than there is for us to close based on a decrease in run size. Am I correct about that?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Twite, you're correct. I think the one clarification that I would want to make is I don't think that closure would not require a council emergency action. That would be a NIMS management in-season action to close the fishery when the total allowable catch is reached.
Okay. Thanks. So I'm not certainly in the initial analysis that sort of basic thing was not clear in this. I'm sure that that's largely a function just of continuing to work your way through these, but to me, that just seems very salient, is that from the perspective of a commercial harvester, it's probably to some extent true. It's not true of alternative two, but it is true of alternative three, that pretty likely to get cut, pretty unlikely to get increased in the event of a larger than expected run size. And that's just there's no getting around it. It's neither right nor wrong, but I think it's important to emphasize.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, yes, I think that's correct, and that has been I guess, consistently documented in the analysis that those considerations are under alternative three. That's not been changed or introduced with the introduction of the fixed closure date. Moving along, possible variation for defining optimum yield for the Cook Inlet EEZ fishery was included, just to make reference to the federal reference points established for the fishery, rather than the escapement goals, understanding that there's the council and NIMS have jurisdiction over the reference points, but not escapement goals for the state fisheries. So I thought that could be a more appropriate option. And then we get to the same option that was introduced under alternative two, just looking to see if there's any other anything else that we can do to streamline the annual process, given kind of the complexity and burden associated with it. And this seizes this pretty much has the same suite of options that we're attempting to look through and identify whether or not we can come up with any efficiencies for the process. But this is still in development, and unfortunately, we don't have a specific recommendation yet. Okay, this is for the wrap up of alternative three, just showing the same kind of representation of the annual cycle, but with the additional considerations for alternative three federal management. Just noting that we would still have the same preseason process to establish the ACL or the harvest specifications and recreational bag limits and management measures for the fishery. We would obviously be in communication with the state to let them know or understanding what the projected removals were in both areas so that the fisheries could be coordinated as efficiently as possible. And then, but however, when we get to the in-season management, instead of the state doing that through their flexibility and emergency order authority, it would be under alternative three, a federal responsibility to manage the harvest occurring in the Cook Inlet EEZ, and then making those closure decisions when either the total allowable catch is reached or a fixed season closure. And then coming to the postseason process, we would have to set our management numbers based on the preseason forecast. We would have, of course, evaluate our actual set or overfishing based on the postseason numbers once the realized catch and escapement numbers were known, so that we were had the best information possible. And that's also when the safe report would be prepared for the fishery. And these would be given the need for both proposed and final harvest specifications would occur at the February and April council meetings as what had been proposed. Okay, so that wraps up alternative three. We'll come to alternative four. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This was the alternative to close the commercial fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ. As we discussed earlier, this one has not been identified as viable. So I'm not going to spend additional time talking about that unless there are questions.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't have a question on alternative 4. It was actually back on alternative 3 and so the alternative 3 process still is highly reliant or dependent on the state data in a timely manner to ensure that the federal government can set their own specifications. Is that right?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's correct.
And then on your discussion about the pieces that are in development, are those components like specific to the requirements of fishermen and fishing vessels with regard to monitoring and permits, and would those be recommendations from the agency once we see this analysis again? Would we see a clear recommendation on all the monitoring requirements that would be necessary under alternative 2 or on alternative 3? Is that the expectation?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I think that's generally the recommendation. I guess the agency has already identified the monitoring, record keeping and reporting measures that NIMS feels are necessary. I don't think we would anticipate those to change unless the council identified some additional need on top of those. I think if you are referring to kind of this element that's in development for the annual process, I think any changes resulting from those would be more on the administrative and fishery management side, or the management agency side, rather than I guess changing the on the water requirements, so to speak. But we will come forward with a recommendation for any of these variations that we can put together a comprehensive plan for SSC review and final action.
And then one more, Mr. Chair, thanks. And then I wondered, is there a clean or a section you can point me to that describes, how a fisherman could be moving from federal waters to state waters or vice versa, since many fish in both areas under alternative 3? Is there a description of what would be required there and how that would work? Or maybe I'm assuming that does work. But that seems like an important piece to describe.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, there's discussion of this in section 2.5.7 of the analysis on which I don't know the exact number with the discussion, but that begins on page 112. Under alternative 3, I think that it's generally at a minimum, commercial harvesters could not have deliveries that included both fish and caught in state waters and federal waters. So like I said, at a minimum, they would have to make each trip specific to one area. Or if the fisheries are not occurring, or if the state and the adjacent federal water fishery are not occurring on the same day, then of course they would only have that one. I mean, the deliveries would be coming all from only one place.
I apologize. I just might have missed the last piece of your response. Could you say that again? Were you saying I heard vessel operators couldn't make a delivery that had fish mixed between state and federal waters? I understand that for catch accounting, but you're also saying vessel operators, yes, would just need to monitor where they were at all times and ensure they were staying within federal waters in a single trip. Is that
correct? Or within state waters if
within
the federal portion of the fishery was not open.
okay? Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Mr. Duncan. I'm assuming in order to have FFL to fish in the EEZ, you're going to have a CFEC permit, correct?
Not to fish in the EEZ waters, but to land fish harvested in the EEZ within the state of Alaska. You would be required to have a CFEC card.
So there can be more boats with FFLs fishing out there that I guess if they can't deliver in the state, they're not going to be able to get rid of their fish. But I was just curious about that. And I think I have one more question. It's just a question about these guys when they're out there drifting along and their drift nets and is there gonna be monitoring equipment on the boats to make sure they're not have half their net in the state waters and half in the EEZ when they're making their drift? There's, some pretty popular places that drift out there that incorporate both areas, if I remember correctly. So they're gonna have to have vessel monitors, right?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Jensen, that is correct. I'll just go back to the and find it. A federal fisheries permit, federal logbook, vessel monitoring system, and reporting through e-landings are proposed under alternative 3.
Okay, thank you. I thought I remembered that from the previous edition.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've been thinking some more about the question Mr. Mesereau asked about recreational fisheries and is it possible to actually, for the council to choose different alternatives for different fisheries? Is it possible for the council to choose, say, alternative 2 for recreational fisheries in order to minimize the possibility of bag limit differences, but alternative 3 for the commercial fisheries for entirely different reasons?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I don't think I have an answer for you without doing some follow-up. Maybe I'll defer to Mr. Kurland or Mr. Fortenberry if they might have some insights.
Counselor?
All I can say is there'd be no legal prohibition against the council doing something like that. We would have to obviously do that analysis. And so that's not contemplated in the current draft. If that's something that council was interested in, it would be probably good to ask analysts to look at that for the next go around to see what any hangups might be.
Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. Okay, this concludes the discussion of different alternatives. I thought I would just end on a slide that summarizes some of the important differences. We see, just noting that beginning on the top row, that both alternatives 2 and 3, we're just going to focus on the viable alternatives here, would have a regular council process. It's a little bit lighter under the delegated management, say comparing like harvest specifications for the crab fisheries to harvest specifications for the groundfish fisheries. Under alternative 2, we have the in-season managers of the EEZ would be the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And then as discussed in questions by Mr. Twite, noting that the Board of Fisheries within the MSA and FMP criteria would be response would set the catch apportionment, whereas under alternative 3, federal management would be responsive to those decisions in state waters. Both do require a CFEC permit, with that note on alternative 3 that there's that theoretical gap, the Mr. Big situation where there's not a fish could harvest salmon in the EEZ if they did not contact the state of Alaska or at any point, but that it's not contemplated as a realistic situation for this fishery. And then under alternative 2, vessels could fish both in, I guess, across state and EEZ boundary, have fish harvested in both areas with the federal logbook to help provide an estimate of where the catch originated, whereas under alternative 3, they're separate fisheries and could not have fish harvested in the EEZ and fish harvested in state waters on board at the same time. Okay, not seeing any questions or I guess maybe I'll pause for, if, was there a question? Moving on into section 3 of the document, which is the environmental assessment, noting the updates that were done there. We updated section 3.1.1 of the analysis, which looks at the salmon escapement goals and escapement under state management and tables 3.2 and I think that should be maybe 3.2 and 3-3. So these were in the analysis before, but we've just added the additional years of data since that was last considered, which so 2019 to 2021, noting that Kenai Lake Run Chinook were below escapement goals in those years. For section 3.1.2, which looks at the proposed federal status determination criteria, we've also added the 3 additional years of data, most recent data available, and that's summarized in tables 3-5 to 3-12. I think the only thing that was Coho did exceed their federal ACL and overfishing threshold in 2021. But other than that, all of the removals in the fishery in those years were below the federal reference points that were proposed. Also, so with the addition of the recreational fishery to the scope of the action, we have not yet had time to analyze the environmental impacts of that. But we will do so prior to SSC review and final action. But expect that there will not be any significant environmental impacts as a result of that. Noting that the recreational fishery and the Cook Inlet EEZ harvest less than 1/4% of Cook Inlet salmon, and that the option to add the fixed commercial fishing closure period of July 15th could alter the apportionment of state and EEZ harvests, the amount harvested in each area. But is also expected to be within the range of what was previously analyzed for alternative 3. But we will include some specific consideration of that, or would include some specific consideration of that measure if adopted by the council. And then finally, noting that the other revisions that we're looking at ways to streamline the process would not be expected to or not anticipated to affect the harvest levels set for the fishery, but would be more administrative in nature. I believe with that ends my section of the presentation. So I would take any questions that council members have right now, or if they don't have any, then I'll hand it over to Marcus Hartley to go over the RIR.
I don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Marcus Hartley. I'm an economist with Northern Economics, and we've been contracted to work on this this part of the RIR. We also worked on the original analysis from 2017 to 20, along with Mike Downs from Whistler Research, and he will be coming up to add some of this discussion. Just a quick overview of the regulatory impact review of the RIR, which is in section 4 and covers pages 196 through 343. Section 4.1 talks about the statutory authority, and we don't really see any revisions to that unless directed by changes that come from y'all. The purpose and need statement is in section 4.2. Again, unless directed, we're not expecting any revisions. Doug has gone over all the alternatives. Those are reiterated in section 4.3. Any changes there will reflect changes that happen throughout the process. We haven't yet analyzed them in the RIR. And again, as Doug pointed out, our updates so far have been relatively limited to just adding in additional years of data and made some text revisions, but really it's not fully complete yet. Where we have data that goes up to 2021, those are the tables and figures that have been updated. If they only go to 2018, then those are the figures and tables that haven't been updated. Section 4.4 is a methodology section. No real changes there. Section 4.5 is where you will start to see the revisions. A little closer. You will start to see the revisions. One of the things that we have done is moved the saltwater sport fishery into section 4.5 from section 4.6 because it is now being contemplated as a directly affected group of fishermen. So section 4.5 now looks at both the drift gillnet fishery and the saltwater sport fishery. Section 4.6 looks at all the other potentially affected fisheries, the set net fishery, the state water, recreational fisheries, in-river fisheries, and subsistence and personal use fisheries. Section 4.7 is our analysis of the impacts for the regulatory impact review that has not been fully updated yet. And then we also point out that Appendix 14 contains the fishery engagement indices that have been updated, and that's part of the RIR as well. All right. I will go over some of the slides that we have updated. This figure is updated here in this slideshow, figure 4.1. It hasn't been updated in the report that you have in front of you. We did add information for the last 3 years into here, and we talk about some of the numbers for that are shown as of July 15th. This is the annual average cumulative landings of each species over the 2000, I guess it's 2008 through 2021. And you can see that each species varies. The first line on the top is the Chinook fishery, and the vertical bars in here represent the end of the month and then the 15th of the month. The black bars are the 15th and the gray bars are the end of the month. The second bar is the July 15th date. And so if you go vertically from there, you can see the percent of the total catch of each of the species that were taken by July 15th. So we included this just as a response to the idea that maybe the July 15th date would be an appropriate closure. Oops. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit. There we go. Yeah. Table 4.1 is also updated in the slide, but not yet updated in the document. And this talks about each of the species harvests by date, when 25% of the harvest was taken, when 50% of the harvest, 75 and 100% for each of the five species. We thought that this was also kind of an important slide for y'all to look at. And again, it hasn't been updated in the table or in the document. The numbers here show some slight changes that have occurred with the newer data. But largely it isn't any much different than what you see in the document. Figure 4.5 is the first slide that is in the document and shows that the impacts of the fishery from 2019, 20, and 21. One of the things that we note is that harvests in 2021 were among the lowest in the period shown here. This slide goes back to 1966. The 2020 fishery was actually declared as a fishery disaster in Cook Inlet. And so I think that folks know that it was a pretty bad year. One of the things that we point out is that in the document, the labels for the species are incorrect. You would want to relabel in the document pink salmon to chum salmon to coho, and coho to pink, and we'll fix that in the next version of the document. We did want to talk about one of the issues that we have, and I think Doug's looked at this and talked about it already, is that we don't really have a straight overlap between the EEZ and the state's management areas. And so our estimates of how much catch occurs in the EEZ and how much in state waters is an estimate. We don't have a really good accounting system for that, but we have developed tools to do that. This slide just shows where those different stat areas lie and what's included and what's not. Figure 4.9 shows the approximate percentages of total salmon harvests in the EEZ and in the state water fishery and the drift gillnet fishery. The bars down below, the blue-green bars, show the EEZ harvest, and then the gold bars show the state water harvest. Overall, there's been quite a lot of variability in the percentage that was fished in the EEZ, or as estimated to have been fished in the EEZ and harvested. That's been trending downward over time. Still, there's a lot of variability in that. But overall, the average has been about 47.2%. Since 2015, however, the average was 41%. So that's been declining over time. Figure 413 is in the document, has been updated and shows the number of active permits by resident type. Resident shown on the bottom, non-residents on the top. The number of fishermen has been declining since about 2011, significantly, and the number of harvesters that we had in the most recent 3 years are among the lowest in this whole period since 1975, when limited entry was put into place. Figure 4.1 shows the ex-vessel prices. And back through 1975, and salmon prices have been highly variable. These are all adjusted for inflation. Prices in the last 3 years. Again, 3 years of data doesn't make a trend, but we did see prices higher for Chinook salmon than they had been in the past, lower for the other species. But still within the ranges that we have seen in the past. Figure 422 looks at the annual average revenue per permit holder. And again, we note that in 2020, the average revenue per permit holder and per vessel were the lowest since limited entry began. You'll notice there that in 1989, there is no fishery. That was because of the Exxon Valdez, and that's there was, I think, maybe one or two landings that actually did take place, but the fishery was shut down. And again, 2020 was a disaster year, and so kind of take that with a grain of salt. I now jump over to the fishing community section, which Dr. Downs is going to take.
Good afternoon, Dr. Downs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, Mike Downs, Whistler Research. And I'm just going to walk through the fishing community section. It's about 7 slides here. And you've seen this before, but it's been 3 years. So basically the maps, figures, tables, and text have been updated based on the inclusion of data from 2019 to 2021, the quantitative fisheries data. The maps that show the geographic footprint of participation have been updated as well, both for Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. This is a fishery that has participation of vessel owners and permit holders from quite a few communities around the state, highly concentrated in the Kenai Peninsula. Unlike a lot of the federal fisheries, well, they're all federal fisheries that you look at, there really isn't a concentration of ownership in the greater Seattle area for this fishery. There's more ownership in some of the Washington coastal communities and some of the Oregon inland communities than in Seattle. There's a little, these are just little thumbnails, but the third one there, you can actually see the proximity of communities to the different stat areas. And you can look, it's a pretty clear view, not in the thumbnail, but in the full size in the document, the overlap between those stat areas and the EEZ, which is in red here. And some of the boundaries don't match up even on the exterior of the stat areas. And those are things that would have to be reconciled. Those are actual real world non-coincidence of lines that would have to be reconciled. And the last one just shows distance from the communities to the EEZ portion we're talking about. Why is this not moving? Is it that one? Sorry. The figures illustrating trends from the 1970s to present have been updated. These look very similar to what Marcus was showing, but this is the one on the left is the top 10 communities. And there's figures for volume and value of landings and also percentages of permits fished by community. But the real meat of what's changed are in the social impact assessments. This follows a similar template that you see before, where obviously one of the under National Standard 8, we need to look at the sustainability of or the sustained participation of fishing communities, those defined as significantly substantially engaged in or substantially dependent on the fishery. So we have our quantitative indicators with vessel counts by community by year, the ex-vessel gross revenue from this fishery for those vessels. We have a table on vessel diversity for those participating vessels. How much does this fishery contribute to the overall annual round of that vessel for all species, all gear, all areas? And then we've got a similar table that shows the dependency of the entire community fleet, not just those vessels from that community that participate in this fishery, but vessels from those communities that participate in all fisheries. So you can get a sense of the relative importance of this fishery to the overall community fleet. We did take into account the EEZ state water split. on an annual average basis from 2009 through 2021. And so you can look at specifically the dependency on the portion of the fishery that comes from the piece of the EEZ that would be regulated. And then analogous information is presented for shore-based processors as well. Same types of engagement dependency information. And then for the permit holders, it's a little truncated for them because it's a little bit different animal, but still you can look at the portfolio of permits held and the relative gross revenue contribution of fish from this area. Similar to what Marcus had mentioned, revenue information has been adjusted for inflation to 2021 dollars. The demographic indicators for communities have been updated with 2020 US Census data, so more up to date. And then the institutional indicators have been updated in terms of if there's any new information on the affiliations, federal tribes, village corporations, ANCSA, municipal types of municipal government, and so on. Marcus mentioned that Appendix 14 has been updated. That's actually a principal components factor analysis that was put together by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center that looks of indices of engagement to sort communities into low engagement, medium engagement, high engagement. And that's what we use to focus our description of community, potentially affected communities. So the table in the main body of the text has been updated, as has been the appendix. And fishery revenue, fishery tax related revenue has been updated as well. So what's the bottom line? The existing conditions, description of the communities, their engagement, their dependency has been fully updated. There's no more to do on that from between this and the next time you see this. And following these updates, there's no obvious differences with the inclusion of the new data in the overall patterns of community engagement or dependency compared to those described the previous time you saw this. There's some minor changes, but there's no communities that were highly engaged that have dropped out. There's no new ones that have been added. It's the same pattern you saw before, so no surprises. However, data now do include the early pandemic years, and there was some oddness, as you all know, with fisheries and participation during those years. And as has been mentioned repeatedly, there was a historically low volume and value year in 2020 in the Upper Cook Inlet. So no big changes in the trends or the patterns, but some anomalies in the most recent data. So what remains to be done for the fishing communities and before you see it the next time? Two basic things. One is the addition of community-related information for the saltwater sport fishing fishery. And we plan on doing a very similar type of engagement and dependency analysis to the extent that data will allow, looking at those communities that are engaged in that fishery and how that how much of that activity is potentially affected by changes in the EEZ. And then the second is we need to do the analysis of potential community impacts of alternatives 2 and 3, including those, not just with the commercial fishery, but the saltwater sport fishing sector as well. And that, of course, depends on the final construction of those alternatives, which is subject to your input and public input at this meeting as well. And Mr. Chairman, that finishes the fishing community section.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Downs. Are there any questions before we move on? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Downs. And it's really that last point that I wanted to ask about, like, there's a level of background information and contextual information that's important regardless of the alternatives through this work. But in the end, it seems to get to how are we changing engagement by communities and opportunity for fishermen through the differences in the action alternatives. And so I'm wondering just if you could give us a sense of what level of work needs to be done or specificity provided between those alternatives to kind of, I don't want to say speculate, but estimate maybe how community impacts would differ between those two scenarios. And I ask that really in terms of trying to get to the meat of what can people expect through management under alternative 2 versus management under alternative 3, for instance, that would have a direct impact on their participation. And I'm hoping you could just give a sense of what level of analysis could be done for that, or if it's really more broad brush across alternatives 2 and 3. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Similar to other analyses that you've seen, the community analysis and the sustained participation sort of analysis that we typically do, or the proportion of revenue at risk, that sort of thing, obviously depends on the overall economic impacts of the alternatives. And then we look at the distribution across communities because the level of dependency varies by community. And it can be a smaller or a larger portion of the fishing portion of the economy of that community, as well as the larger community economy as a whole. Larger communities with more opportunities who are more diversified may have very different effects than smaller communities that are more heavily dependent. To get to the specifics of your question, the type of analysis that you can expect to see on the community end of things will be as quantitative as we can make it, given the unknowns that will remain, depending on how tightly the alternatives are specified and how that informs the likelihood of specific types of outcomes like early seasonal closures. That would affect different communities differently based on the geographic proximity of the community to the different parts of the EEZ and longer run times and things like that. But also, as Marcus had pointed out on those graphs, the different species have very different times they would go through. So a hard date of July 15th would affect, depending on which communities, have more harvest of which species, if at all, that would inform a distribution as well. So it's going to be a mix of as quantitative as we can make it, but necessarily qualitative, sort of in the biggest of pictures. As far as alternative 3, I really have not put a lot of concentrated thought into that, of how that would be described in terms of the community outcomes. And again, that's going to be something that I'll be working with the EA, the people putting the EA together, and with the folks that are doing the economic analysis to take whatever big picture findings comes out of that and think about how then that would distribute down to the community level. And that's kind of a vague answer, but it's still going to be a process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you trying to respond, and I don't have any obviously comments on that approach. I guess I just want to emphasize, I think through your work and through public testimony, we've seen how dependent communities on the peninsula at least are on these fisheries, these commercial fisheries, notwithstanding the recreational fisheries. So any opportunity you can to clearly spell out community impacts as a result from the differences in management in those two alternatives and the opportunity afforded, I think is the most helpful information we can get. I know that's a big task and that's not a question, but I just appreciate you working on this. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to one follow-up on that, in terms of the community variability, you really can see that the dependency does vary quite a bit by community, especially by community fleet. And if you look at the split of that portion that is attributable to the EEZ waters as a part of the total dependency across all fisheries, really varies by community. So again, how much we can quantify that versus qualitatively describe that, you will be able to see differences between communities, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up to that point then too is, being able to understand what obstacles or challenges there might be between moving between federal waters and state waters, I think will play into the ability to understand impacts. So appreciate that response. Thanks.
Anything further for Dr. Downs? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, we did want to talk a little bit more about the saltwater sport fishery. As we indicated, that has been elevated to a directly affected fishery. And section 4.5.2, which begins on page 288, is dedicated to the saltwater sport fishery. The saltwater sport fishery had been discussed in the previous analysis, but was in section 4.6. We haven't added a whole bunch of new information. We've updated some of the data with respect to saltwater sport harvests overall. And we'll get in and talk about that. But we do think that there will be a need, since it is now a directly affected group, that we'll have to add information about participation and dependence to the extent that that information is available. We've added or shown here is an overview of participation and harvest reporting in the Upper Cook Inlet saltwater sport fishery. For the saltwater sport fishery, most of the data is for an area that is larger than what is actually Upper Cook Inlet. Most of the saltwater sport fishing data is for the area from the Bluff Point line, which is 6 nautical miles south of the Anchor Point line. So there's a little bit of inconsistency there in what we're able to say. And so the saltwater sport fishery estimates that we have in our document are probably a slight overestimate of total harvest because it does include some additional areas. And again, that points out some of the issues with the overall alternatives, is that there may need to be some changes in the way that reporting is made. Figure 4.45 shows the upper bound estimates of salmon harvest in Upper Cook Inlet saltwater sport fisheries by species. This is not split out EEZ and state water, but by species itself. And has been a lot of variability since 1999. Lows occurred from 2008 into 2013, 14, then back up. 2020 was a low harvest year in the saltwater sport fishery as well as in the commercial fishery. Overall, total saltwater sport harvest from 1999 to 2021 is approximately 0.6% of the total Upper Cook Inlet drift gillnet harvest. So it is a small percentage of the overall removals in terms of the status determination criteria and those sorts of things. This slide has not been updated, but is figure 4.47, and it shows the approximate percentages of salmon harvests in numbers of fish in the Upper Cook Inlet saltwater sport fishery inside the EEZ by species. And you can see quite a lot of variability here. We only have this data for 3 species, Chinook, sockeye, and coho. We show in the slide here averages from various periods from 2004 through 11, for example. 39% of the coho in the saltwater sport fishery was from the EEZ. So a fairly high percentage of the total saltwater sport fishery was actually taken in the EEZ for coho. The numbers are smaller for Chinook and sockeye. During that 2004 through 11 period, Chinook had only 8.2% of that total taken from the EEZ, and sockeye had 20.8%. The numbers have changed a little bit as you go over time. 2012 through 2018, coho harvest from the EEZ were closer to 20%, and sockeye were still down about 18%. Chinook still very low, around 8%. I wanted to, we thought that was an important indicator when we're talking about bringing the saltwater sport fishery into this analysis as a directly affected group, that we have at least some information in front of you with respect to their relative dependence on the EEZ. And again, these are estimates that are based on the best information that we have available, but they're not 100% precise just because there's a lot of area overlap and information that we haven't really tracked as closely as we would if we were managing that way currently. We do in the RIR get into the impacts of the alternatives, and I'll touch on that information. That information has not been updated, but it is shown as it was analyzed in the previous sections. Again, those impacts were primarily with respect to the commercial drift gillnet fishery and don't yet include information for the recreational saltwater fisheries. Under alternative
Mr.
one.
Hartley,
Yes.
before you move on, Mr. Mesereau's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Just a quick question. What I was trying to do is I saw in the analysis where in that last slide where you said that the coho harvest was like 31% was taken in the EEZ. And then I tried to look back through your analysis and find out on average how many coho were taken in Upper Cook Inlet. And it looked like I found in one of the diagrams, it was roughly 2,000 total in that particular area. So is it 30% of 2,000, like 600 fish, or did I get that wrong? Just to get an order, I'm wondering what the order of magnitude of 30% of the fishery would be. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we do make an estimate, and I did show, and I can flip back to it. This figure here, figure 4.45 in the document shows the total saltwater salmon harvests by thousands of fish, and the coho is the third bar. And I'm sorry, I'm colorblind. I couldn't tell you what color that is, but I think it might be gold. You know what color it is? The third bar.
Mr. Hurley, could you just tell me what it was in 2021 based on that particular bar chart? I'm not putting you on the spot for your vision. I'm just trying
to. No, I think that it'd be about 1,000 fish, or I'm sorry, about 2,000 fish,
So
a
it'd be
little
about
less
30
than 2,000 fish, and
So
then
it'd be about
30%.
31%. Okay, thank
of
you.
that. And we could provide tables and information on that more precisely in the updated document. Let's see, I went past the slide. Impacts of alternative one, really it's not a viable option. And so I don't really need to dwell on it. We do talk about impacts of alternative two. And again, these are only in the document for impacts on the commercial fishery. And this is again, with the annual council process, there would be no postseason, if no postseason ACLs are exceeded and no overfishing is occurring, then we would expect that harvests would not differ under alternative two than under alternative one. if there are overfishing or ACLs are exceeded, then we would expect that the council would ask the state, or the idea would be that the state would take remedial actions, and that would then potentially reduce some of those harvests in the EEZ, certainly. Under alternative 3, again, this would be that there would be forecast-based TACs. They would generally, for the EEZ, we think that they would generally be set conservatively to account for increased uncertainty, because we just don't know how much fish will be coming in pre-season. If the EEZ is closed when a TAC is reached, or if it were at a scheduled date, it might be closed. Overall, we would expect that there would be lower harvest for the Upper Cook Inlet Drift Gillnet fleet on average, and increases in other state water salmon harvests. So again, those are qualitative, and we probably aren't going to get a whole bunch more directly quantitative, because we just don't know what those fishery levels will be. There will be a lot of reporting requirements, federal permits, logbooks, VMS, those kinds of things.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I understand you said that these are, Dr. Hartley, I understand you said that these are just so far for the commercial, but is it likely that the projection on harvest levels is going to be similar for recreational fisheries as well for the portion within the EEZ?
I don't know that I can answer that, because we don't really know how that, there haven't been proposed actions or options. There would be a bag limit. Doug, do you have any input on that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that there's still a little bit of uncertainty about that. I think one of the things that with the recreational fishery, given the delay in getting data for that, that'll likely be managed. It's based on like projected harvests from the previous years going forward. Yeah, certainly if there was if there's more uncertainty about the harvestable surplus in the EEZ, I guess I would say that there's probably the potential for, or at least some potential for, reductions in EEZ bag limits.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I didn't know if you were going to speak to this more, Mr. Hartley, or just a general question for either of you. It's, I was reviewing the information on, I had it written down, page 106, that talked about the challenges associated with data needs under federal management. It's, I think, specific to alternative 3. And it feels a little bit like that's downplayed in your expected effects of the alternatives. So if I read that section, I have maybe a stronger feeling for how potentially negative the impacts could be compared to your expected effects section later in the analysis, when we talk about the EEZ potentially closing due to potentially lack of information. Is there anything I'm missing and not having a stronger connection between the challenges section and alternative 3?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, just scanning that real quick to refresh myself with the
I'm in section 2.5.3.1, if that helps.
Yeah, certainly. I think that there is, yes, I think as folks have noted around the table, some of the challenges, or these challenges, are somewhat dependent on the amount and timeliness of information that is received from the state of Alaska. So I think and it's generally the analysis is preceded from the perspective that would get a high degree of cooperation and work well with the state to do that. But if there is a situation where we have less information or it can't be made available in a timely fashion, then I think that the impacts could be more adverse, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I see that as well, and I guess I'm maybe suggesting in the next version, you think about whether that connection needs to be made a little bit stronger between those two sections. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, I don't see any other questions. We're getting real close to the end of the report. I'd remind members of the public who wish to testify to please sign up prior to the end of the advisory panel report, which is coming up right after this. Mr. Hartley.
I think this is the last slide. It basically talks about the impacts of alternative 4, which is no longer viable or not deemed viable now. No need to then really get into these impacts, but unless there are other questions, I think this is the end of our presentation at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the report? Great, I don't see any. All right. Thanks to all of you. And that will bring us into our advisory panel report. We'll take our AP report and then an afternoon break. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon, council and members of the public. So the AP recommends the council move the Cook Inlet Salmon FMP initial review analysis forward for final action with updates as identified by staff.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Are there any questions? Oh, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mitchell, were there any recreational harvesters who provided any public testimony to the AP on this, or?
No, the majority of our testimony was not directly. There was testimony from some of the boroughs and representatives from the region. So I think they did encompass some of the recreational harvest, but a lot of the focus testimony was from the commercial sector.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thanks, Ms. Mitchell. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break before we come back for public comment. Let's come back at 3:30. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to move into public comment on C3. It's like we have 6 members of the public signed up to testify. First up is Donna Aderhold, then Ravel Russell, then Eric Hipsch. We get the timer going. Whenever you're ready. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Donna Adderhold. I'm a city council member from Homer, Alaska. I'm also the mayor pro tem for Homer, and I am speaking on behalf of the city of Homer. I want to thank you for addressing this issue and taking public testimony. The city council of Homer has unanimously passed several resolutions supporting the Cook Inlet drift fishery. And the city of Homer filed an amicus brief in UCITA's lawsuit against National Marine Fisheries Service that was accepted by the court. Mayor Ken Kastner has also submitted written testimony that pertained in part to this issue. I spoke a few days ago about our harbor, and I'll say again that Homer's harbor is our economic engine. And there are many fisheries that are represented by vessels that are moored there, including many of Cook Inlet's drift fleet. We have very strong marine trades, and this fishery supports those marine trades, many of them, whether they're moored in our harbor or not. We also we're working on a harbor expansion project with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which we expect to get started here in the next few months. Once that harbor expansion is done, the large vessels that are moored in our harbor will move to the new harbor. Our existing harbor will be reconfigured to allow larger mid-sized vessels similar to those in the drift fleet. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the conversation that you guys have already had, and I appreciate the questions that you have been asking. I think that you're really trying to focus on the right answer to this question, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate that you are looking at the economic effects of the decisions that you make on local communities. One thing that I will say is that data points represent human beings. They represent people. They represent my friends. And, there are people in Homer who have participated in the drift fleet, who have sold their vessels, have sold their permits, and have moved out of Homer. And those individuals who leave Homer under those circumstances represent members of our Port and Harbor Commission. They represent volunteers in our community. They represent people who serve on nonprofit boards. And I have lost a few friends to Kodiak and other communities who have left this fishery. So, and they're, amazing people who have contributed a lot to our community. So I just want to leave you with that image as you think about the economic impacts, the socioeconomic impacts of your decisions. So our economy depends on sustainable management and equitable distribution of fisheries, which is required under National Standard 8. We ask that as you evaluate alternatives on the management of the Cook Inlet drift fishery, you truly assess the socioeconomic impacts your decisions will have on the city of Homer and the surrounding area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Adderhold. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Adderhold, for sitting through this too. I can imagine that's not too easy. Question I have for you is sort of in your capacity as a representative of a local government, how you hear the discussion we've been having around the table about jurisdictions. and the potential changes in jurisdiction, and changes in oversight that, this action could, well, to some extent, I mean, clearly we don't have any options in front of us that represent status quo. So we will see a change in jurisdiction, a change in oversight forced on us by litigation. And I'm just wondering how you hear that with your ears and your sensitivities to jurisdiction and oversight as a local government official.
I feel for you. Um, I really do. I understand the dilemma that you guys are in and trying to make an appropriate decision. You know, that's one of the reasons I chose the word equitable in the fishery, fishery management. There's a number of different fisheries that are impacted by your decision, and, obviously state and federal oversight, and how on earth you do that when there's this bright red line that appears on a map called the EEZ, and yet, there's not a bright red line out in Cook Inlet that tells people when they have crossed that boundary. And I think that you guys are in a really tough spot, and I appreciate like I said earlier, I really appreciate the questions that you're asking and the thought that you are putting into this. And I think you're in a really tough place.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Just a quick question. Thank you for your testimony. One of the opportunities at this stage of the analysis is to add any additional information. And did you have specifics on anything that you thought needed to be added to the community impact section? Or are you confident that we're moving in the right direction to have a full analysis of those impacts?
I feel like you guys are moving in the right direction. I have thought in the past that the economic analysis associated with communities was maybe a little high level. So, and, in some ways, I don't know, as you were talking earlier, a lot of the data are quantitative. So, or sorry, qualitative. So if you have qualitative data, there's only so much analysis that you can do. And I guess that's why I wanted to provide, a specific example of how a data point is actually a human being and a vessel with a name, So I know that it's probably very difficult to really get into very quantitative analyses here, but if there was a way to look at things more in depth, say, for instance, this might not be necessarily an example for this particular fishery, but one of the things I was looking at yesterday or not yesterday, but a couple of days ago with the crab issues, when you're looking at where the fishermen are located, that's not necessarily where the vessel is located. So there could be anchorage fishermen who actually moor their vessels in Homer, but their vessels are still home ported in Anchorage, but there's no place for them to be in Anchorage. So I think things like that, if there's a way to look a little bit more in depth at where the vessels are located, what might be the economic change associated with, when people sell out of a fishery and move, how does that affect a local community? Does that help?
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Adderhold. And for any members of the public in the room or online who may be sticking around for groundfish specifications, we won't be getting to that today. Plan to conclude at the end of the day with this agenda item. And we'll pick back up with that in the morning. Next up on public testimony list is Ravel Russell.
Yeah, hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, hey. For the record, my name is Rebel Russell. I live in Homer, Alaska. I am a Cook Inlet drift permit holder. I've fished the inlet for the last 12 years. I also longline halibut, IFQ fishery, which I mention only because I have some familiarity with federal fisheries. I'm speaking for myself, and I just wanted to thank the council for this opportunity. By listening to the AP earlier this week and talking to fellow fishermen who don't fish the inlet, there just seemed to be confusion. They were like, well, what do you want? You know, what outcome do you want of this? And I thought about it, and I just decided to keep it simple. And this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for regular inlet-wide openers, 12-hour periods from June to September. I'd like a reasonable science-based escapement goals. I was just reading yesterday in the paper about the Seal-Off River here where we fish, and they had a high-end goal of 320, and the final escapement was like 970. I'd also like to see no closure dates. We're often shut down beginning of August, and it seems like with this warmer weather, these runs are coming in later and later, and we're shut down on the beach. So I would like to see no closure dates. You know, basically MSY management. I would like this fishery to be managed like the rest of the fisheries in the state. And having said that, I would like to go with preferred alternative 2. I think is the best option, with the state being delegated to implement the FMP in both state and federal waters. And tried to keep it brief. That's all I got. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Russell, I appreciate your testimony about what you're looking for and being explicit about that. I wanted to ask if for whatever reason the state decides that accepting delegated management authority under alternative 2 is problematic, do you have any suggestions for the council on any additional considerations to build into alternative 3?
Through the chair. Yeah, thanks for that question. You know, I had some written comments, and I kind of poo-pooed alternative 3 there, but after talking with folks and thinking about it, I think I could choose to support alternative 3. You know, if the state worked with the council, you know, direct coordination and management of the EUZ, if they work together on it, I think I could support alternative 3.
Thank you.
Any further questions for
Does that help
Mr.
at all?
Russell? Looked like it did.
But there would have to be cooperation between the two.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions for you, Mr. Russell. Thanks for joining us today.
Okay, hey, thank you. Good luck.
Next up is Eric Hipsch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have earlier today, we submitted a 2-page handout, and I hope that has made it to your desks by now, and I will be referring to it a little bit later. But anyway, to start my testimony, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Eric Hibsch. I am the Vice President of the United Cook Inlet Drift Association, and I was on the Salmon Committee during the last attempt at an amendment for the Alaska Salmon FMP. My comments today will touch on the current draft FMP amendment that has been presented by staff and the new options submitted today by UCEDA. While there has been some work done outlining some of the structure needed in the future, much of the current draft FMP is largely a reiteration of what the court has already found to be illegal. The comment letter from UCEDA that has been posted on your website clearly describes some of the problems with the 4 alternatives in the current draft FMP. The courts have said that the FMP must apply to the fishery as defined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act. In the salmon FMP that's currently posted on the council website, National Marine Fisheries Service describes the fishery correctly on page 29 at the end of paragraph 4, where it says, and I quote, "The Cook Inlet salmon fishery includes the stocks of salmon harvested by all sectors within state and federal waters of Cook Inlet." This draft FMP does not align with that clear description. It once again only describes applying the FMP to the Cook Inlet EEZ. This is contrary to the law and to the clear instructions of the court. Another failure in the draft FMP is in meeting the requirements of National Standard 1. National Standard 1 calls for achieving optimum yield on a continuing basis and describes OY as a subset of maximum sustained yield. National Standard 1 also calls for identifying MSY and OY for the fishery, and that the fishery be managed on the basis of MSY. If the fishery is not managed on the basis of MSY, then the National Standard 1 requirement of OY on a continuing basis is not achievable. Currently, there is not a single stock of salmon that enters Cook Inlet that is managed on the basis of MSY. And there are no MSY-based escapement goals. The draft FMP that we have for review does not change that. It does not identify MSY for the fishery or the stocks. It delegates authority to the state to set escapement goals, and it makes no changes in the fishery so that it will be managed on the basis of MSY. The courts recently said that hinging federal management targets on the changing landscape of state decisions is an improper delegation of management authority to the state. This means the FMP cannot delegate authority to the state to set escapement goals or continue using its current management plans or policies until vetted by this council for compliance with the national standards. There is much work to be done here, and the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the council and the SSC to do this work. It cannot be delegated to the state. The new options that UCETA submitted today lay out the framework for two alternatives that we believe would meet the requirements of the MSA, the national standards, and the court's clear instructions. We would be very happy to provide more information and work cooperatively towards developing these new alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there questions? Don't see any. Thanks again. Next up is Paul Ostrander, then Robert Ruffner, then last up is John Ross.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
It's we can hear you. We might need to make some adjustments on our end, but I think we'll be able to hear you.
All right, I'll try to speak up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Paul Ostrander. I'm the Kenai City Manager. Been in this role for 6 years now. Actually grew up on the Kenai Peninsula, lived here my entire life. So I've seen this fishery evolve over time. This issue with the EEZ is something that, because of my term here as the city manager, I've seen it from the beginning. I will tell you that I think in 2020 that the city council was quite surprised when alternative 4 was proposed by the state and then recommended by this council. I've been listening for the last couple of hours to this council deliberate this, and I wanted to reiterate what Ms. Adderhold said earlier. First of all, I really appreciate how difficult this decision is for this council as far as future management of the EEZ and Cook Inlet. But I really appreciate the questions that you've asked, and it's apparent based on what I've heard over the last couple of hours that this council is really trying to determine what the best path forward is for this area of the Cook Inlet. So again, I just wanted to reiterate what Ms. Adderhold said, and thank you for your diligence in working through this. I wanted to talk a little bit about the consistent support of the Kenai City Council has made of our commercial fisheries over the course of the last couple of years. So the resolution adopted, the council adopted a resolution in 2020 that opposed alternative 4 after it had been proposed by the state. After that was then the alternative chosen by the council again passed a resolution that requested that the U.S. Secretary of Commerce veto the council's adoption of alternative 4. And then they also approved the submission of comments to NOAA opposing proposed regulations closing the EEZ to commercial salmon fishing. And then finally, in July of 21, they passed a resolution opposing Amendment 14 to the Fishery Management Plan for salmon fisheries in the EEZ off Alaska. So they have consistently engaged in this process and have consistently opposed the alternative that was ultimately adopted by the council. However, the city has not weighed in on which of the remaining alternatives should be adopted or potentially should be adopted with modifications. But ultimately, want this council to strongly consider the importance of commercial fishing in Cook Inlet, and that a critical component of the continued viability of that fishery is keeping the Cook Inlet EEZ open and managing it using the best science available. In my role as a city manager, I can speak on behalf of the city, but only in instances where the council has specifically made their opinions known. And in this case, because they have not chimed in on which of the remaining alternatives should be adopted, I can't really tell you which of the two you choose. But again, the economic viability of our area is dependent on this fishery. And one of the things that we have heard through significant testimony is that industry participants in our area state that if this closure continued, that the local processing capacity would not be enough to, that would potentially impact the future viability of not only the drift fleet, but also the setnet fishery, which is a significant fishery, again, benefiting the city of Kenai. Our local processors saying that without the production from the EEZ, that they will likely not have enough fish to process. Again, so the one remaining viable processing facility in the area could close and jeopardize the setnet fishery itself. If we lose these fisheries, it impacts the fishermen that directly rely on the fishery, but so many of the support industries and all of our local businesses that benefit from the local economy generated by these fisheries will be impacted as well. So again, the ultimate goal isn't necessarily to say whether it should be alternative 2 or alternative 3 or some modification of those two, but that we want to see a continued viable commercial fishery in the inlet and have it conducted in a way using the best science available. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ostrander. Any questions? I don't see any. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next up is Robert Ruffner.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll start with my mic check.
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Very good. Good afternoon. So for the record, my name is Robert Ruffner. I'm the planning director for the Kenai Peninsula Borough. And really our purpose today is to go on record expressing our concerns with the process that has really engaged local governments on the Kenai Peninsula, particularly, when the last formal action the council took to close the fishery really drew the attention of the local governments to pay close attention to the analysis that led to that. So in my role as the planning director, we want to support our port and harbor facilities and make sure that we have the ability to look forward and have some consistency in in what's coming forward with the fisheries, which make up a significant element of our economics on the Kenai Peninsula. So with that, I would continue to advocate for some variant of alternative 2, specific to the discussion that's gone on. I recognize why the recreational fishery has come into the discussion here, but I would hope that the effort that the agency and the council puts forward is somewhat commensurate with the harvest, which you saw as 0.25% of the salmon harvest in the EEZ. Next, I'll switch gears to a little more specifics on some of the slides in the earlier presentation. And on slide 25, and again on slide 36, both alternative 2 and alternative 3 leave the post-season escapement goal review with the state in whole. The problem that I see with that is that all of your federal fishery reference points are predicated on those escapement goals. The cases and the concerns that have been brought forward by the fishing population are questioning how those are developed and how those would then be used to set those reference points. So I don't see how the federal agency on either of those alternatives cannot have some consideration of escapement goal setting by the SSC and the agency scientific staff, because we want to advocate for the best science available, and having some checks and balances and some peer review on those seems very appropriate, because we're going to build on that science in this process for all 5 species of salmon that are harvested in the EEZ. And finally, I'll close with what I don't really mean to be a provocative statement, but I think one of the commissioners, one of the council members, Dwight, I believe, raised this question a little bit earlier in the discussion, and that was that it's really not clear to us as a local government if the Commissioner of Fish and Game has the authority to reject a delegation. I think the council, is now forced to choose between alternatives 2 and 3, because 1 and 4 have been deemed not viable by the courts. I rarely hear anybody in full support of alternative 3, so we would very much like to advocate for an alternative 2 and then see if there is a formal rejection, because I don't think that has happened yet. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Mr. Kurland has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ruffner, appreciate your clear support for alternative 2. In the event that for whatever reason the state determines that it cannot accept delegation, do you have any guidance for us on how to make alternative 3 as effective as possible?
Well, I would question the premise of how you know that the state is going to reject it until you actually put it in place. So I would start with that premise. If we do wind up with an alternative 3, I would again go back to the question of how the postseason escapement goal reviews cannot be taken up by the federal agency in their scientific review. Because as it's listed now in that presentation, under both alternative 2 and 3, they're saying that would be fully retained with the state. And that's what I really question.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ruffner, for your testimony. And my question is about exactly that point. Can you please describe an ideal process from your perspective for review of those escapement goals within the council process?
I would say that they should mirror very closely what the science team does for Fish and Game, that the NIMS would be a part of that team that does that review, and then that's forwarded through the SSC, because presently in the state process, there is no opportunity for engagement in the escapement goal setting. That's wholly held within the state's purview. So the Board of Fisheries doesn't get to really weigh in and ask those questions about how those goals are set and why they're set. And if we drill down into the weeds, there were some statements, about that we would have exceeded the ACL and overfishing for coho in 21. And we don't have time to go into those weeds, but having some review about how those goals were set, when they were set, and what that means for a broader fishery would really benefit by having some scientific review.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so just a quick follow-up, it sounds like perhaps, please let me know if I'm getting the gist. More than just kind of a one-time review, you are contemplating an ongoing dialogue. Say there's some disagreement in the federal review process that about the way the state calculated some escapement goals or estimated some escapement goals. And so how would you contemplate that gets communicated back to the state and the Board of Fish? Process is very important for us. So I know you have experience in that. So I was just really asking your expertise in that.
Yeah, so I guess my suggestion on the fly would be that the escapement goals are reviewed periodically by the state, and typically on a 3-year cycle, but not always. And that when those reviews happen, that there's a formal seat at the table for the council to look at those, because they're, again, all of the federal fishery reference points are going to be predicated on what those goals say.
Further questions for Mr. Ruffner? Thank you, Mr. Ruffner.
Thank you.
Last up to testify is John Ross. Good afternoon.
Yagali do. Yagalij kunai yatalkun. John Ross Iji. Nushin the Nainok Iji Ktilan. The Ne Ashlan Shida Kina Alaska Shi Kachko. Shititsatna Kaknitana Gaila. Chu Yaganin Hitana Gaila. My name is John Ross. I'm from Kenai, Alaska. And I live down there at the mouth of the Kasilof and also up here in Chugiak. And grown up on Cook Inlet. All my uncles fished commercially on the inlet, drifting, and my grandfather set netted, and my cousins fished for their dads. And I've for more than 20 years, right in front of my house there, fished the personal use at the Kasilof. And I noted that one of the things I didn't hear much discussion of today was about the low returns of the king salmon in Kenai. And we just think that more attention should be given to that issue. It's very concerning for us in this area. And I just think more attention should be put onto that, and options for how to deal with that. I also noted that during the discussion, especially the community analysis part, I thought was lacking. And it seems like there should be more quantitative analysis or qualitative, I'm sorry. Talking to people, especially the tribes, just in general, I don't think Alaska Native people are well represented on this council. And I think it's been a problem, and it be nice if there was a way to address that. I think just in general, the Alaska Native peoples have been overlooked in terms of our rights. I like what's happened in Washington with some of the tribes. You know, we talk about a recreational fishery and a commercial, and we don't have the tribal. The educational permits that are being utilized. While they are useful, it's what we have. It's not what we want or what we need. Um, I think, just my opinion, I'm not a fisherman from Cook Inlet. I used to commercial fish out in the area. Am I out of time?
Yeah, you're out of time, but you can provide a summary comment if you'd like, please.
Okay. My comment is that the limited entry is a failure and people can't make a living anymore with that fishery. And I'm in favor of option 2. I don't think the Fed should be managing EEZ in Lower Cook Inlet. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Ross. Okay. Council, that concludes public comment. Let's stand down for 5 minutes or so and come back and see what action council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we have gone through public testimony on agenda item C3. Is the council ready to take action? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that hopefully will be coming up on screen here. It is. The council recommends releasing the analysis for a new amendment to the Salmon FMP for public review and anticipated final action at the April 2023 council meeting. This action is necessary so NIMS can implement an FMP amendment by the May 1, 2024 court-ordered deadline. The council is not selecting a preliminary preferred alternative at this time. Purpose and need, which is unchanged from the council's October 2022 motion, is as follows. The council intends to amend the Salmon FMP to manage salmon fishing in the federal waters of Upper Cook Inlet. Federal management must be consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, including the required provisions for an FMP specified in Section 303A. This proposed action is necessary to bring the Salmon FMP into compliance with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, consistent with the 2016 Ninth Circuit decision and the recent summary judgment opinion of the Alaska District Court in UCEDA et al. V. NIPS. The alternatives, which are unchanged from the council's October 2022 motion, except for adding the options summarized below. Alternative 1 is no action. Alternative 2 is federal management of the fishery in the EEZ with specific management measures delegated to the state. Option 1, delegate recreational salmon fishery management measures to the state as described in section 2.4.3 on page 81 of the analysis, and include monitoring, record keeping, and reporting measures as described in section 2482, page 97, as well as standardized bycatch reporting methodology for the recreational fishery as described at section 249, page 98. Option 2, establish a peer review process that works in conjunction with the SSC as an option for the annual process for determining the status of the stocks as described in section 247, page 91. Option 3, streamline the process to determine the status of stocks and set harvest specifications as a sub-option for an annual process for determining the status of the stocks as described in section 247 and page 94. Alternative 3 is federal management of the fishery in the EEZ. Option 1, define optimum yield in terms of a range of annual catch limits as described at section 255, page 109. Option 2, streamline the process to determine the status of the stocks and set harvest specifications as a sub-option for an annual process for determining the status of the stocks as described in section 256, page 111. Option 3, adopt recreational salmon fishery management measures as described at section 259 on page 113 and include monitoring, record keeping, and reporting measures as described at section 2572, page 113, as well as standardized bycatch reporting methodology for the recreational fishery as described at section 258 on page 113. And finally, option 4, fix a commercial salmon fishery closure date for the Cook Inlet EEZ as an option for establishing commercial fishing periods as described in section 2511, page 94. Evaluate July 15 as a potential closure date, as well as a range of other potential closure dates in July. And alternative 4, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ with the EEZ closed to commercial fishing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Twite. If you'd like to speak to your motion.
I would thank you,
note,
Mr. Chair.
sorry, before you do that, the motion is attached to our e-agenda available for download there. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Mr. Fortenberry noted during the B3 NOAA General Counsel report at the beginning of our meeting, the district court issued a remedy order in the UCEDA v. NIMS litigation that requires NIMS to promulgate regulations by no later than May 1, 2024, implementing a new FMP amendment that's consistent with the court's summary judgment order and the previous orders in the litigation. NIMS must also file status reports with the court every 45 days. And the court's remedy order is posted on the e-agenda for the meeting at B3, if anyone wants to look at that. Because NIMS is under court order, we have no flexibility on whether to amend the salmon FMP nor on the schedule. We also have very little flexibility on the scope of the action. We need to amend the salmon FMP to manage salmon fishing in the federal waters of Upper Cook Inlet, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the court orders. Based on the litigation to date, we know that two of the alternatives here are not viable, but they are retained in my motion for analytical contrast. Alternative 1, no action, is not viable because the courts have determined that the status quo management regime is unlawful. Alternative 4, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ with the EEZ closed to commercial fishing, which was the council's preferred alternative for Amendment 14, is also not viable because the court found that it represented a de facto delegation of federal management authority to the state without the necessary features of formal delegation of authority under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. In particular, the court found that Amendment 14 failed to provide federal oversight to ensure optimum yield would be achieved on a continuing basis and impermissibly excluded the recreational fishery from the FMP. NIPS has been talking with our state partners at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to identify how we can best work together under either Alternative 2, where management authority for the EEZ fishery would be delegated to the state, or Alternative 3, where NIMS and the council would manage the EEZ fishery in coordination with state management of the state waters fishery. The options identified in this motion under Alternatives 2 and 3 are responsive to those conversations, aiming to design an efficient delegation scenario and an efficient federal state management scenario, both of which would comply fully with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the court judgments. Under Alternative 2, some form of independent review would be necessary for the OFL, ABC, ACL, and MSST as appropriate. And the options include a periodic peer review process that would work in conjunction with the SSC in lieu of a salmon plan team. Under Alternative 3, federal management would govern commercial and recreational fishing in the EEZ, and an option would provide for a fixed and predictable open season with a fixed commercial closer date in July, enabling the state to plan for and manage fisheries in state waters later in the season. Mr. Twite earlier today asked about potentially choosing one alternative for the commercial fisheries and another for the recreational. And my intent in this motion would be to have that analyzed as part of the motion, so that option would be available at final action. My motion does not identify a preliminary preferred alternative because some of the operational nuances of Alternatives 2 and 3 are still being developed. So the council can expect to identify a preferred alternative at final action in April 2023 once the analysis is complete. That means the council will still have an opportunity to provide additional policy direction at final action within the bounds of the alternatives and options analyzed. And finally, I'll note the implementation of Alternative 2 would depend upon the state's willingness to accept the delegation of management authority under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. There really is no way around that, either under a council-developed FMP amendment, or if the council for some reason chooses not to complete an FMP amendment, then under a secretarial amendment. Thus, should the state ultimately choose not to accept delegated authority, Alternative 3 would become the only viable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the motion, Mr. Curlin. I just was keying in on one of your last statements about the intent is that the analysis would analyze such that you could choose a different alternative for the recreational versus a commercial fishery. Is that, I don't see that explicit in your motion, and it seems like a pretty important point. Was there a reason you left that out of the motion text?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. There was no specific reason for leaving it out. It was frankly something we hadn't really contemplated before Mr. Twite made the comment earlier today. And in discussing it, it seemed that speaking to the intent would be sufficient, but I would certainly be open to an amendment to make that explicit in the motion if folks feel that would be important.
Okay. Further questions? Mr. Twite.
I was gonna say, does that mean I won the lottery? Mr. Kurland, relative to the new option, one of the new options under alternative 3, the option with the fixed closure date, I think it's option 3 under alternative 3. You suggest in there, July 15th for one possibility. Excuse me, it's option 4 under alternative 3. What's magic about July 15th? And really what's the function of choosing a date like that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, there's nothing magic about July 15. I think the intent here is to try to provide a predictable opening in the EEZ to provide opportunity for participants, but also recognizing that to facilitate coordination between federal management and state management, it may help to have some predictability there and to allow sufficient time for catch accounting information to be relayed to the state for the state to account for later season management, that sort of thing.
Further questions on Mr. Kurland's motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to, I was reading through the options that you've added. Does this provide the agency still some flexibility to, I guess, under the options that say streamline the process, I guess, make additional revisions to the process by which you're setting, status determinations and harvest specifications such that they could be a little bit different than what we saw under this version? Does it provide you that latitude should you come up with something that might be more amenable to council direction?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. I didn't invite Mr. Duncan if he wants to address that directly. He may. My sense is that it does provide that latitude. He indicated some areas during the presentation where analysts just haven't had the time to get into all of the nuances, but the idea here is to provide sort of the architecture, but I believe analysts would still have some room there. But Doug, if there's anything you want to add, feel free.
Mr. Duncan.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, as stated in the motion, its intent to capture give us the flexibility to evaluate the full range of items that were identified in the presentation and are also listed in the analysis. So that would be my interpretation of how the motion is listed, including a multi-year plan to establish harvest specifications, multi-year plan to evaluate overfishing status, alternate approach to ACLs, and then for alternative 2, maybe even delegating additional management authorities to the state.
Ms. Kimball.
My last question, I just have a small point. I appreciate all the cross-referencing for the council, but would there be consideration of removing all the references to sections and page numbers once we add one page to this analysis? Those aren't going to align in the future. So I'm hoping that latitude also exists for the agency to modify those, even though this would potentially be approved as a council motion.
I certainly think so. The intent here was to try to be very transparent so folks could find exactly what we're referring to and be able to cross-check that in the analysis.
Any further questions on the motion? Mr. Down.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I wish I just turned because I was going to say as long as Mr. Duncan is at the table, and I just wanted to clarify in response to Mr. Twite's question. The answer was that there was nothing magical about July 15th, and I think I'd agreed with that with what I'd watched. But it was a date that was determined by the analysts to I think it was because there was a certain percentage of the harvest that would have taken place in the non-EEZ, the state water fishery, by a certain date. So there was something. There wasn't just there was. I thought I'd give the chance to give that answer because I'd recalled seeing that in the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Duncan.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for that question. That date was selected because that is also the date at which the state transitions their management plan to fishing more predominantly in state waters. So it would be an opportunity to, I guess, look at the status quo management, but then also evaluate other options around that, to see which one, or to give the council a range of options to see which one might be most appropriate.
Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Okay, comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the motion, but it's one of the most reluctant supports, and it's not due to the crafting of the motion. It's a well-crafted motion. It's just that, at least from my chair, we have a pair of alternatives in front of us, both of which have much larger negatives than any positives. And again, that's not due to the choices made by the agency in drafting the motion. It's due to the box that we find ourselves in, due to mostly external events like the litigation. As I look at alternative 2, simply from a management standpoint, it's by far and away the superior one. We've all acknowledged time and time again around this table that the state is but certainly the preferred manager for this fishery. They've got the flexibility, they've got the scientific expertise, they've got all the tools to do it, both from the long history of doing it and the process of developing those, but also in terms of the regulatory environment they operate in. It's far more conducive to the kind of management that salmon in particular require than the federal regulatory environment. And so, it's got a very strong positive there. The negative, though, is really large, and it's largely from the standpoint of and I'll speak now as the state official, the unpalatable option that we're presenting to the state agency is this is the agency that's responsible for management of the fish that contribute to this fishery over the vast part of their harvest range, and certainly has the data and the expertise as well as the legal authority at the state level to be establishing conservation and stewardship objectives. The Board of Fish specifically has the delegation to oversee that, and to request that in order to have a pretty small portion of that total range of fisheries, have that maintained open in federal waters, they have to accept federal oversight over the entire management framework for a relatively small part of the harvest. Just strikes me as a state official as a truly unpalatable choice that I'd have great difficulty if I were sitting in the commissioner's chair and accepting that. It's an intrusive oversight, even well-intentioned, even well-meant, even well-founded in a fishery act that we all really appreciate. It's simply from a governmental perspective, it's very intrusive, and it requires the state agency to devote fairly significant resources that they currently don't have to devote to performing that, to essentially facilitating the oversight of a federal agency. That's a huge negative from where I sit. As I look at alternative 3, federal management, on the one hand, it avoids much of that. The state can contribute to the extent that they have the resources and that they deem worthwhile, that they consider worthwhile. They're not forced in any way to devote either resources or significant amounts of attention. But we're very clumsy fishery managers for species like salmon. And it's very clear that under alternative 3, opportunity to access harvest for both the commercial and I think potentially as well for the recreational fishery in the EEZ will be decreased far more often than it's increased. And so alternative 3 suffers from a very large con of relatively few workable management options for salmon management. And I just, it's really unfortunate to be in a position where we have to make that choice, but there is no way to optimize. We've been left in a box where we can't take the really good parts of alternative 2 and hook them up to the really good parts of alternative 3. We've been left in a box where it's one or the other, but we can't have both. So there is no win-win from my perspective. And it's not necessarily completely a lose-lose, but it sure isn't a win-win. And that's a frustrating position to be in. Again, I don't think that's any reflection on the maker of the motion or the agency. It's a reflection of the box that we're in. And I guess I want the opportunity to voice my frustration about the effects of that box.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the motion. And I would largely associate myself with Mr. Twite's comments. And I think he did probably a better job than I can do in terms of identifying the challenge for the state of Alaska with respect to this issue. He described that well. I would just add, while I will support this motion, I do have really concerns for the same reasons that Mr. Twite mentioned about both alternatives 2 and 3. And I'll add to that a little bit of a council perspective too, in terms of the really tough nut to crack in this issue is what does the federal oversight look like under both alternatives 2 and 3, as Mr. Twite said. Even under the delegated management alternative, there seems to be this need for federal oversight and really dialing in what that looks like. Mr. Kurland mentioned earlier in his motion remarks, State of Alaska has been communicating with NIMS on this particular issue, and we will continue to do so to discuss potential approaches under both alternatives 2 and 3. We're open to do that. And but I will say that again, because both of the alternatives at this stage, according to the agency, must include some sort of federal oversight, the details of that process will be very important. And under both alternatives, I see the potential for that federal oversight to take up time in this council process that quite frankly, as Mr. Twite said, we're not well suited to provide that sort of expertise or that nimbleness in management. And I am very concerned about that impact of both of these alternatives as well, whatever those federal oversight processes look like. And that will remain. I also think, as we've talked about through the staff presentation today, largely there are a number of operational details that have to be worked out with both of these alternatives. And those, in my view, are critically important for both the federal and state agency to understand in a way that can be identified in a fishery management plan amendment and in regulations, and most importantly by the fishery participants. I think council members asked a lot of really great questions today during the staff presentation that brought out the complexity of some of these issues in terms of record keeping and reporting, fishing periods. There's a whole host of really important fishery management issues that need to be worked out under both of these alternatives, and they will be complex no matter what. And so it's a heavy lift for the analysis for the next time that we will see it. I do appreciate, again, the motion and the work that staff has put into this thus far. and there's a lot of work left to do. We'll commit to participate in that process over the next few months to contribute to the next analysis. Again, thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the motion. I will be supporting it, but just wanted to communicate some of my concerns at this stage. And again, appreciate Mr. Twight's very apt description of the box that we're in, unfortunately.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further comments? Okay. We ready to vote? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Anything further under this agenda item? Okay. Well, it's 4:45. Let's go ahead and break for the day. We'll come back tomorrow and pick up with harvest specifications. Let's come back at 9 o'clock.